how goes. We're gonna... I've been messing around a little bit on some alts while I wait to find out if we are doing anything tonight, and it seems like nobody wants to respond to anything, so I guess we're not doing anything tonight. Normally it's like a ballroom dance, hang out, go out night, but guess not. Was supposed to do some stuff after with a couple of friends, like a little guys night. That didn't end up panning out, so here we are. I'm trying to clear out my armory crate because it is absolutely chock full of shit, and I'm trying to clear some of that out. So I'm going to get my warrior same level as my paladin. I got my paladin up 5 levels. I'm trying to get my warrior up 3 more levels so that they're in the same gear, and I can get rid of some of the older tank gear that is clogging up this armory chest. Yeah. So we're just going to do some duty finders for leveling. And that's gonna be that. That's what we're gonna do for now, and then we'll get back into Stormblood post-game content. I don't know if we'll finish out the patch content or if we want to do some of those blue quests. Oh, this is Titan. I haven't done Titan since I came in back. Big boy. Big boy's a big boy. I burned all my cooldowns because I thought something else was coming. I like these glasses. These are probably my favorite face wear. If I were to put together a glam, I would probably use these glasses. I don't really do glams though. Enjoy your story, Sprouts. Enjoy your story. You know, we don't really have rested, so this might take a minute, actually. Oh, that got me almost no experience. Well, that was lame. We might just leave this here until we get more rested going. The good thing about going back and doing old dungeons and greeting on the things that people ignore, just free seals. Free seals. Huh. I guess we have Big Hammer Bonk class in Warrior. I didn't realize they had big hammers. That's not really an axe, is it? All of these are 100 level 54, Scholar level 55, Astrologian level 32. We've got plenty of room in here. I don't need to worry about these. This, however, I don't think I need these anymore. Man, we have zero room for anything in this place, in this guy. We have no room. Again? There's no experience in this. Why is this a leveling? Yeah, I get like no experience. He was totally over the edge. What the hell happened there? Aww, Broken Heart Titan. GG. We got like 2k experience from that. It's like nothing. Okay. Come on now. Get an actual dungeon, please. Nice. Level 27. I was out of that. Playing with a bunch of sprouts. There were so many more puddings in here before. Warrior at this level is just overpower. Overpower, overpower, overpower. There's no finesse. There's no thought. Only overpower. don't think this path is very long. Yeah. This whole dungeon used to be like a massive maze. It used to be a pain in the ass. There's a lot of doubling back and circling around. Most of these dungeons used to be much more in-depth and involved than they are now. That got close. Might have been a little bit too much. Just a little bit. Just a little bit. It's fine. We lived. Scorpion. So many eyes. Maybe somebody's still in a cutscene, guys. Nice. Somebody actually use Limit Break? I don't think I've seen anybody use Limit Break in forever. Limit Break used to be necessary for these fights. Level 38, and we are out of rested. So I think I'm gonna do this and that. That's majory shit. I need to get my mages. I need to get all of my classes up, really. Nothing really there to get rid of. And if I could get them up to 50. Be in a much better state, gear-wise. All classes, level 36. That's fine. Gathering. Man, I'm so fucked with space. This is fine. We'll turn to inventory. We'll stash those somewhere. Tank shit. This can just go. Oh, shit. I'm gonna have to sort through all that crap, aren't I? Disciples of War, level 30. I guess machinist would classify. So this is something to keep. Army shoes. The rest of this is level 60 shit. Initiate's gloves, this is going away. I mean, this I should keep. That gets to go away. Gets to go away. Okay. So I need to put these things away somewhere safe. Then we'll get back to questing. But I was already in the middle of trying to level up the tanks and free up. You can see my armory is in a disastrous state. Oh, what is this? Adventurers Guild asked to assist with new training courses for the Eorzean Alliance. You've yet to complete all of the trials on offer. If I may be so bold, I strongly recommend doing so. The knowledge gained will surely pay off no matter where the fair winds take you. All of Novice offers comprehensive series of training exercises for adventurers wishing to prepare themselves for the rigors of party combat. Would you like to register for a course? Execute a combo. Okay, so we've done that. There are 6 exercises. More gear I don't need. We might do this just for shits and giggles. But for right now, I want to store some of this stuff away. Why is the friendship circlet not storable? I feel like these are things that need to stay with me. Hopefully, hospital internet decides to not be a pain in the ass tonight. Work internet? Because I saw that, and for a second I was like, oh shit, what happened? I think she's the one for it. Interest retainer, interest retainer. Alright, yeah. Commercial survival manual, squadron battle manual. Squadron spirit bonding manual. That's all food. I think we're good on everything else. What was decent? Can I sell this? Cannot sell it. Okay, well, we're decenting it. It kept disconnecting last night while I was trying to hang out. After the 6th disconnect, I gave up and watched something I had downloaded. Damn, that's rough. Right now I have up on the phone until we die down on people in the ER. Rough night on the ER. This is not... It's not good. That's an old one. What would make sense just to desynth all of the shit? I wish we could just click on a price and have that price be what we sell it for. There's a lot of quality of life that could go on here. Kudzu Hat of Healing. I feel like it's a good glamour item. 35, 333. 333. Wow, severely undercutting. I'm not gonna do all these. I'm just gonna put some of this shit up. Uh, 39, 1. Undercut by a single deal. That should be good for now. Put some money out there. Not really, just a dozen people in the waiting area, but your night's just beginning and I feel like I didn't get a whole lot of sleep, so we're probably looking at what feels like a long night. That sucks. Was it because you were gaming or just not good sleep? Okay, so let's do this. Well, All right, I was gonna do that. I'll do that later. That seems like homework. The Sultana is over this way. You know, can I turn it in on... Curious, it's such a small amount of XP. It probably won't let me. I'm just gonna look like a goof in the cutscene. Welcome back, Master. Did your merchant friend have any useful advice to share? Yeah, go talk to Lolorito. And you agreed to this? I am well aware of his standing in the field of business, but I had hoped to keep the monetarist at arm's length, and him in particular. Nay, I cannot live in fear of the man. I must learn how to treat with him if I am to rule Ul'das effectively. Very well, I will meet with Lolorito. Let us go ahead to the Waking Sands and prepare for his coming. So this is where the Scions first congregated. I've heard many tales, but never had occasion to visit. To work then. The hour of the meeting draws near, and I would gather my thoughts. Pray, see to it that we have the appointed room to ourselves.
暁から砂の家に招かれるとはよほど重要な商談であるとそう考えてよろしいか。暗殺というなら遠慮させてもらいたいがな。
What if it was your assassination?
これは一本取られましたな。まさかここに来て商談相手にマスクをかぶられる気分を知ることになろうとは。これでよろしいですかな、七も陛下。いえ、リリラお嬢様とお呼びした方が。
七もでよい。どうやら余興は楽しんでもらえたようなのでな。早速商談に移りたいのじゃが。
よろしいでしょう。一体どんな提案をしてくださるのですかな。
ザナラーンに居留するアラミゴ難民についてじゃ。彼らの祖国への帰還を支援したい。戦勝祝賀会の一件の詫びとして受け取ったそなたの財産の半分とテレジアデレジの権益、これを財源として公費を投じるつもりじゃ。しかしこの計画はアラミゴ難民のためだけではなく、我らウルダ派にとっても投資に見合う益のあるものとしたい。そして利益を上げることにかけて100億ギルの男と呼ばれるそなたに勝る者はおらぬじゃろ。どうか知恵と力を貸してはくれないか。
Share with us your mercantile wisdom, you backstabbing son of a bitch.
やら女王陛下も世の中の仕組みというものをいろいろと学ばれたようですな。詳しい話をお聞かせ願いたい。
No, she just asked you a fucking question.
なるほど。難民の帰国を支援する見返りに当地で新たな産業を起こし、利益の一部をウルダ派の民へ還元すると。良き考えと存じます。理念は実に素晴らしいが、未だに事業としては具体性に欠けると言わざるを得ませんな。
さすがにウルダ派随一の商人じゃな。手厳しいが確かに具体案を考える必要がありそうじゃ。ところでそなたは戦いの過程でギラバニアの地を横断し、様々な場所を見てきたはず。
Stone masonry.
どこかに今回の計画に適した難民たちが住まい、産業を起こせるような集落はあったか？
I don't remember any of these places.
ソルトリーか。ロッホセル湖に面した塩漬け工房があったサビルタ
Salt is a valuable resource.
かの塩湖の塩には独特の旨味がある。帝国の侵攻によって供給が断たれた時には美食家たちが大いに嘆いたものだ。わしも含めてな。塩とは食の基本にしていかようにも姿を変え多くの品を生む。そう、莫大なギルに姿を変えるやもしれぬな。
どうじゃ、当地の住人との交渉は必要になろうが、この計画に東アルデナード商会として乗るつもりはあるか？
よろしいでしょう。ギラバニアの白き結晶を我が商会の知恵と力によって100億のギルへと変えてご覧に入れましょう。それがアラミゴを助け、かの猛牛が進むべき道を照らさんという我らが女王陛下のお望みとあらば。
I wonder if the dialogue would have shifted if we picked one of the other cities.
交渉成立のようじゃな。
Yeah, it won't let me turn it in on. Womp womp. I've heard it's many years before I feel comfortable taking part in such negotiations, but I shall not complain. We have piqued Lolorito's interest and secured his invaluable expertise. Thank you, Master. I could not have done it without you. You couldn't. It's true. Onigarayaki? I think I have some of that already. Our course is decided. Our course? Our course is... Our course is decided. I shall return to the palace and have my ministers begin work on implementing the particulars of the plan. If I could prevail upon you one more time, I would ask that you convey the details of our negotiation to Commander Hext on your return to Alamigo. My thanks again. Together, we have laid the groundwork for an endeavor which promises to benefit the peoples of Alamigo and Ul'dah both. Some shit went wrong. Master, you're back. What did Dynamo... sorry. Are you allowed to talk about your audience with the Sultana? So, Robin says he's going to return to Ul'dah, but she isn't sure he wants to. Tell us something we don't know, but I'm pleased to hear she's committed to helping our refugees come home. And this plan to revitalize the Saltery does make a lot of sense. Quite how you convinced her to seek Lolorito's help is another question. After all that has happened, he's the very last person I would expect her to turn to for advice. But on a more practical note, Lise, assuming the interim government elects to accept Ul'dah's proposal, I have one caveat I should like you to include in this bargain. Alamigo must be permitted to cover a portion of the investment. We have a fortune at our disposal, after all, and allowing Ul'dah to provide the entirety of the capital would afford Lolorito too much control. Honestly, Alphino, it's like Kugane never happened. What exactly does a ruthless profiteer have to do to earn your trust? But yes, you do make a good point. First things first, though. We need to discuss this proposal with the Saltery's residents. Whiskar, how do you fancy explaining the Sultana's plan to your grandfather? I'd like to hear what Watt thinks of the idea before agreeing to anything. Right away, Commander. Would you mind coming along, Master? I might need you to fill in the details. Then I shall come as well. Should Watt wish to discuss figures, my knowledge of the nation's finances may prove useful. Just sleep and a slight headache, and I'm sure once the headache goes away, things will improve. That sucks. Sorry to hear that, dude. Take some Motrin, drink some water. All the good bullshit advice everybody tells you. Lame. I mean, that's all I drink is water too. I don't drink anything other than water. Water is the best. Can't beat water. Water. What manner of mischief brings you youngins to old Watt this time? They want to rebuild the Saltery, Granddad. Master, tell them about the deal. The deal is this. Here's the deal. Well, bugger me. We've never had the coin or the hands to put the place back to how it was, but it sounds like that's about to change. There's just one small wrinkle in your plan. It doesn't account for all the nasties queuing up to eat anyone who goes near the shore. The king used to send soldiers to cull the buggers, but the Imperials weren't about to help the likes of us. Don't worry, Granddad. We'll take care of all that. Commander Hex has been talking about starting up regular patrols, and I'm sure she'd assign me to the lock if I asked. I'd appreciate that, Whiskar, my lad. Truly, I would. So, does this mean you've gotten better with that blade of yours? I've been training, but mostly to kill Imperials. You've got some experience hunting monsters, don't you, Master? Think you could cast an eye over a few of the local beasties and teach me how to deal with them? It's only water or chocolate milk, that's it. I went through a period of my life. We worked for a soup kitchen. We volunteered at a soup kitchen. And this is like a food bank and everything. And part of that, like, they would give out milk. The milk would go bad, so we had like a steady supply of both regular and chocolate milk. So there was a period where like that was my breakfast every morning, was a big ass glass of chocolate milk. Whilst you are busy attending to the local fauna, I shall have Master Want explain to me exactly what is required to restore the Saltery to its former glory. Good hunting. Right then, I've got a spyglass here you can use to take a closer look at the pests. Once you've got their measure, you can tell me what to do and we'll see how well I get it on. Search your surroundings for yabbies. You may have to move the camera as well as zoom in and out. Target a yabby and inspect with the mouse button. What am I supposed to be looking at? I do not know what they want me to look at. He's not the belly, he's not the joint, he's not the leg. He's not the tail. He's not the eye stalk. What is it you want me to click on? I don't get it. They don't have a weak point, you just stabbed him in the face. I can't move. I think I've clicked on all the things. Is there a place I haven't clicked on? What's the doing? I'm a Motrin kind of guy. We just had about 6 people come in, so it's about to get busy. Okay, what the fuck? Like, I can't... It said I may need to move the camera, but, like, I can't move the camera. Wow. I know I moused over that jaw. I expressly called out looking at the mouth earlier. The Evi's entire body is protected by a hard carapace, but the underside of the head looks soft and vulnerable. Looks like you found a yabby. They say hitting their shell is like smacking a rock. Any suggestions? Just hit it as hard as you can. Just hit it harder. Vulnerable under the head, are they? Right, then wish me luck. Are the weekends usually more busy? Do you have days that are like crazy people days? Thanks, Master. I did just as you told me, and the wavekin went down like a sack of popatos. Let's find something else. I think I can handle the yabbies now, so we should try something different. What else is out there? Search your surroundings for a phobads. You may move the camera, blah, 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 blah. Eyeballs. Mondays and Tuesdays, second shift gets really, Mondays and Tuesdays. I guess people getting fucked up over the weekend and then waiting until Monday. The phobad's hands are large and powerful, but destroying its crystallized core should render the salt golem inanimate. You sense power pulsating from behind its brow. Hit it really, really hard. As hard as you can. Part of me really wants to answer that. Because that's the right answer. It would have been fun to, like, coach him like he's a Pokemon. Use this attack. Use that attack. Even if it's just like rock, paper, scissors. And teaching him how to fight. Was this the, like, original, like, AR Collector's Edition mount, I think? I see you've returned in one piece. Dealt with those beasties then, did you? Aye. Fought them myself, after a bit of instruction from Master here. Like, once I've... Like? That's a weird sentence. Once I've shared what I learned with the others, we should have no trouble keeping the shoreline clear. Good lad. A fine young man you've become, Weisgar. A fine young man indeed. Too often of late, I hear tales of folk over in the city, drunk on victory and hungry for revenge, their heads stuck firmly in the past. But we need to set our sights on the future, on things which will improve our lot. Things like getting the Saltery ready to welcome our long-lost countrymen. It seems Weisgar has the Saltery's security well in hand. I, meanwhile, have discussed the next steps with Master Want and completed my inspection of the site. With a little work, the vacant buildings here should be made into very presentable dwellings. Message from General Aldwin. Apologies for the interruption, sir, but the General would speak with you at your earliest convenience. That being said, I was working on letting people know the weekend is when you want to come in, because we're so slow. We've seen a small shift back to more coming in on the weekends. I mean, it's probably better that it's balanced. Balanced is good. Do not feel obliged to wait around on my account. I will remain here to hammer out the finer details with Watt and act as an intermediary with our business partners in Ul'dah. You should go. General Alden asked that you wait for him by the main gate in Ala Megan Quarter. My apologies again, sir. Fare you well. Actually, uncover this little section of map down here while we're here. I thought I'd already done it, but I guess not. Your shift's lucky if you deal with 7 people a night, so I get big chill times. Well, that's good. You've already dealt with 6, so you're pretty much done for the night, right? Pack it up and go home. That's how that works, right? Cosmo Canyon stars?
遅くなった。またもフォルドラの処刑を求める市民たちが騒ぎを起こしてな。対応のため走り回っていたのだ。どうにか説得して解散はさせたが。やれやれ。
Busier is usually better.
貴様に愚痴を言っても始まらんだ。話というのはだな。山岳地帯への進軍中にアレンバルドたちの部隊が拘束した2人の捕虜のことだ。
当初はその軍曹から帝国兵と思われていたが、取り調べの過程で正体が判明した。ユユハセとローレンティス。そう、イルベルドに従って逃亡していたクリスタルブレイブの残党だ。どうやら奴らはバイサルの頂上にて神竜召喚のニエとするため、解放軍の闘士たちを虐殺するのに一役買ったらしい。
そんな連中を貴様ならどう裁く？
Death. Nice. Off for the next 2 days. It's your Friday night because it is a Friday night?
やはりそうか。祖国奪還を求める大勢の闘士たちに魔導兵器をけしかけ、
Yeah, just like the butcher. Fordola did just as bad.
ともかく貴様の気持ちはよくわかった。いずれ同盟軍として法廷で裁くことになろうが、その時には参考として貴様の意見も提出しておこう。さて、要件はここまでなのだが、すまぬが、もう少し時間をもらえるか。
I mean, I had some words for you too, so sure, let's go. I mean, maybe we'll walk side by side so we can talk as we walk? Why does this man sound Spanish? Because I'm playing with Japanese language? He's not Spanish, he's Japanese.
我が輩のどちらつかずにも見える態度が、奴を強行へ誘った面があるのは間違いない。すまなかった。 だが貴様を筆頭とした暁にピピンを含めたエオルゼア同盟軍の将兵たち、そしてアラミゴの同胞たちの奮戦によって
So time for you to be
祖国
king.
は奪還できた。暫定政権の主導で新たな国の在り方についてもほどなく方向性が示されることになるだろう。
The dirty little one had a Spanish accent and it didn't match up. I don't think he has a Spanish accent.
そうなれば我が輩はウルダハへと戻り、これまで通りナナモ様を支えるつもりだ。
父
Is that what you...
もちろんここアラミゴは我が輩の生まれ故郷であり、
So stay. Be
捨て
king.
去りたいわけではない。実のところ一人の気ままな傭兵として貴様と共に戦いたいと無双したことすらあるのだぞ。
He's a Taru, so yeah, that's what you do with them.
だが我が輩はナナモ様の剣になると誓った身。やはりその誓いを破るわ
But
けには
what
い
if
か
you
ぬのだ。
became the king of Alamigo, and then you had a lot more blades that are now hers by extension? You just make your blade bigger. Your blade isn't just your blade is now the blade of a nation. So like there's a way to do it.
父上、それは真なる心の声なのですか。
I just heard back from one of the guys. He just woke up. I'm like, well, I just started streaming, so at this point, we'll do it another day.
無論だ。我が剣と心は常にナナモ様と共にある。
So you saw Nanamo, right? The little, the girl about his size. The girl about his size. You saw her, right? She's this size, and he's this size.
どうしてだろうな。
And he's talking to her about like a love interest. Is kind of how they. How does that fit? Like it never explicitly says, but like their actions kind of say. A group of Nanta has arrived at the main gates, and I don't mean the Vera. These are Qualiana, the ones that summoned the Primal. They're insisting to be allowed to attend the council. Lise is trying to reason with them, but she may need help. An invitation was extended to all of the native beast tribes, but we assumed the Qualiana would refuse it out of hand. We had best go and see for ourselves. Pippin, take command of our forces and be ready for battle. Master, you've dealt with these Qualiana before. I'd have you at my side. Tell me you already had a big heavyweight black man with a 3-foot person who had a baby together. You already had a big heavyweight black man with a 3-foot person who had a baby together. Punctuation blows my mind. Maybe if you're showing up to be diplomats, don't show up with your swords out. Master Robin, gods, it's good to see you. Ah, the Slayer has come. We've not forgotten how you sinned against the Lady of Bliss, but we did not come here to shed blood. Then put your fucking swords away. Actions speak louder than words, bitch. You claim to seek harmony with all who call Girabania home. If this is truly your wish, you will welcome us as envoys of the Ananta. It is our wish, and you are welcome, but we cannot condone the summoning of primals. If you want to enter the palace, I must ask that you first surrender any crystal jewelry. You have my word that it will be returned to you when the meeting is over. We will do as you ask, but you will not have our weapons. We are not so foolish as to place ourselves entirely at the mercy of our tormentors. I reckon that's the closest we're going to get to a compromise, and we will have people standing guard. Aye, let them keep their swords. Then we have an arrangement. Lead the way to your meeting chamber. Punctuation is for those who wish to be proper, but also changing a word doesn't help. Why do I have the feeling we've welcomed a Viper into our midst? That's a little racist. Accurate, but, you know. Dress up Robin? The Qualiana's elders' intentions seem at odds with all we know of her tribe. What think you? The enthralled cannot be trusted. Aye, it is said that once a creature has fallen under the sway of a primal, there is no salvation, and I strongly doubt the Qualian have suddenly broken free of Lakshmi's will. Whatever the truth, I would take no chances. The guard must be strengthened, ideally with people who know a thing or two about primals. Can we rely on the Scions? I'll go round up all our comrades and send them to the Alamegan quarter. You can go ahead if you like, Master. My thanks. I'll see you in the palace. Left. Oh no. Alright. So you want from the left side, front or back? Just anywhere? Back. It's been a minute since we ripped something. Let's see. Interrupting my questing for fucking Pokemon packs. You were rebuilding points. You were. Now you're not. Alright. Phoebus. Vulpix. Eevee. Girafarig. Kieran. Cramorant. Tatsugiri. Oh, I didn't do the good bad prediction. Oh well. Wait. Deja vu. The fuck? What is this? What is this RNG? Timber, cards. Yeah, no. Bad pack. Okie dokie. No good ones. Fail pack is fail. Reverse hollow and non-hollow. I mean, it's not worth anything. No chase cards. No good cards. Friends, strive, no mutuals, ignore. Really, dude? Right middle. All right. I was too quick to change. Playing a quest? Damn it. Alright. At least this is the last one you can do until the next stream. Alright. Then we'll get back to the questing. Ducklet. Mulga. Growlith. Monferno, Palafin. Again, this motherfucker again. Are we gonna have another reverse hollow of him? No. Diplin, Shinx, Brokey, and Zapdos. Again, not a good one. Bad pack. Bad pack is bad. Bad packs are, but this whole box has been shit. There's been like one $50 card in the whole box, but the box was like $300. So I'm not breaking even on this box. Master, I have brought reinforcements. Ehrenwald told me of the arrival of our unexpected guests, and I agree that it would be prudent to call upon Y'shtola and Thancred as well. One can never be too careful when dealing with the enthralled. I'm not familiar with the Qualyana tribe myself, but if Elazie's report suggested that they shunned contact with the other races, despised it, in fact, even compared to the other Ananta. Indeed, this apparent reversal in attitude is most curious. No one expected a response to our invitation, much less an envoy, and I imagine Lise was forced to make some rather hasty arrangements in order to accommodate them. Speaking of which, how should we deploy ourselves? If the meeting is to be held in the throne room, it would seem wise to have eyes on both inside and outside the palace. Y'shtola and I can stand guard without. That leaves the three of you to keep watch over proceedings in the throne room itself. Understood. We shall join General Alden inside then. Master, you know the rear entrance to the palace. It's on the eastern edge of the city, at the top of the stairs. The guard there should have been instructed to let us pass. Alright, we've also got that new dungeon to do. Okay, so we have to jump on it. Fuck. I don't understand why we can't just, like... I don't think that's good enough. Motherfucker. Shit. Really? You gonna be this big of a fucking pain in the dick? I'm helping get rid of bad packs. Also missed most of it due to people. And there was nothing good in it. They were all bad packs. Let's do it from here. Do I really need to get this? Probably not. Ha! Fuck you. You're with the Scion, sir. General Alden left orders that you were to be escorted inside. If you'll follow me. Hey, Jared. Welcome in. How you doing?
みんな集まってくれてありがとう。私はリセヘクストアラミゴ解放軍の代表をさせてもらっているわ。今日この場には各集落の長、国外に避難していた人たちの死者、それにアナンタ族やキキルン族、ギラバニアに生きる全ての同胞の代表者たちが集っている。これところで、この大広間に入ってみんなは最初に何を見た？私はあれを見たわ。
Give it to Robin.
今あの玉座には帝国が送り込んできた総督もアラミゴが生み出した暴君の姿もない。この中であの玉座に座りたい者は、また
I'll take it.
誰かを座らせたいと望む者は、
なら皆ここに座りましょう。車座になって。
リセは覚悟を決めたようだね。王政という選択肢を早々に除外させて、共和制や主張制への道を示してみせた。予想以上に話し合いはスムーズに進みそうだね。
アラガーナの村長としての意見は以上だ。
ありがとう。次はカリアナの族長シャンティさんの番ね。共和制への移行を求める意見が多いけれど、どうかな。
我らアナンタ族は人の子らを含めてギラバニアに生きるすべてのものに対して求める美神ラクシュミの信仰を。
Nope.
美神ラクシュミよ、我らのもとへ来たりませ。
She lashed me hard.
どうしてクリスタルは持ち込ませなかったのに。
詮索は後だ。みんなこの場から避難するんだ。早くテンパードにされるぞ。
俺たちで盾になるぞ。
切る。
You gotta start killing bad guys.
してテンパードに変えていたか。だが
させない。
是が非でも代表者たちをラクシュミの虜としたいらしいな。
あの人がアレンバルドと2人で盾になってくれてるけど、
これだけの人数を守りながらでは思うように戦えまい。
So fucking start kicking ass.
ラウバーン、お願いがあるの。ここで代表者たちを守っていて、すぐ。
Where was fucking Thancred and Y'shtola? They were supposed to be guarding outside.
任せるのみか。
There's five of them. Just kill those 5.
たやすく突破できると思わぬことだ。
No, damn it. If I think like that we've already lost, I have the Warrior of Light at my side. We can do this. Sure, buddy. Duty selection to dissipate. Duty action to deflect and dissipate Aether Spheres. Lakshmi releases during the battle. Be warned that allowing any ally to be enthralled by an Aether Sphere will result in failure.
なぜ我が輝きを拒むのだ。浄化の輝きを見よ。
Jesus.
あんたは
手伝ってやるから始末するぞ。この
Cheers. Run, you fools. Ow. Active time maneuver. Is it a DPS check? Whew. Her health was not going down fast enough in equivalence to the amount the Aether was going down. I was scared. We need more quests like this, though. Over just the go talk to X, talk to Y, talk to Z, go from point A to point B, watch a cutscene. We need more things that are more involved like this. Hopefully in the future expansions, Endwalker, Shadowbringers, Dawn Trail, we get more of that. I'm all for the cutscenes and the story. I love the story. But a lot of the time the MSQ does just feel like run from point A to point B and then watch. Doesn't always feel like you're playing.
Ittai, 何のつもりだ?
繰り返さないからよく聞いて。ついさっきアナンタ族が王宮内で万神を召喚した。それであの人たちがたった二人で戦っている。フォルドラ、あなたには万神と戦う力がある。そして悔しいけれどその力が私にはない。前に時間だけはあるって言ったけど、ごめん、もうその時間はなくなった。今すぐ決めてちょうだい。その剣でゼノスのように自ら命を絶つのか、あるいはアラミゴの人たちを守るために戦うのかを。
Should have killed her. Should have killed her. Where the fuck were Thancred and Minfilia? Yeah, she just saved your ass. I agree, she should die. There's no atonement for what she did. But she did just save your ass. So maybe let her go back to her cell. I don't care that she's reliving the tragedies of what she did. She still did them.
Shigoto wa owatta. Rou ni modoru.
私はお前たちドクロ連隊を許さない。だが万神と戦い、我らが解放者を助けてくれたこと、それだけは礼を言わせてもらう。
Yeah, where the fuck were you? Bullshit. Bullshit. Lazy ass motherfuckers. Well fought, Master Arvinald. That was a near thing. Aye, our stand against the Qualiana would have been brief indeed had you not volunteered for guard duty. We'd be enthralled as surely as our sentries were. They must have planned this far in advance. Security was my responsibility, and I know how dangerous primals can be. I should have... It's my fault. My stupid mistake. Nay, lass. We were all caught unawares. We will take this as a lesson and watch our own more carefully in future. You can be sure that the lackeys who smuggled the crystals into the throne room weren't the only thralls in our ranks. The soldier who first spoke up in favor of the Qualiana keeping their weapons spring to mind. A primal servant is betrayed by his aura. If you mean to conduct an investigation, I can identify others under Sri Lakshmi's influence. Thanks, Ishtola. We appreciate the help. Speaking of help, I almost fell over when Ferdola turned up. What was she even doing there? I asked her to come. Well, that explains it then. It is sad, but Ragenfried was right. Her victims will never forgive her for what she's done. But I don't think Ferdola picked up that sword looking for forgiveness. She wanted to fight for her country. If you say the world in which Ferdola grew up is partly to blame for what she became, then as an Alamegan, I feel responsible for improving that world. We can't ignore what's happening right now. We have to show people a better way than vengeance, or we risk giving birth to a new generation of skulls. I know it's idealistic, but I want to help people to let go of their old grievances and make peace with each other, and to hold 1,000 meetings and talk till I'm blue in the face if that's what it takes. 'Tis a long and arduous path you have chosen, but one well worth walking. Rest assured that I will do what I can to help you reach your destination. Thank you, Alphanu. The first step will be to get our representatives back in the throne room. They're a little shaken, but not one of them seemed ready to run. We're all determined to finish what we started. Definitely going to be a busy night. You get more people showing up. I see that you're not interrupted. I will see that you're not interrupted. Master, you and the Scions are to stand down. Get some rest. You've earned it. Well, some of us earned it more than others.
先客は誰かと思ったが、貴様だったか。代表者会議は先ほど終わったよ。イシュガルドの庶民員という先例に倣う形で、民衆に選ばれた代表者による議会を発足させることに決まった。これでアラミゴにおける我が輩の役目も終わる。故にギラバニアの星々を最後に見ておこうと思ってな。
You've taken a hammer and 2 mace sprays so far? What? Somebody came in, voluntarily walked into the ER and they had a hammer with them? The mace sprays, okay, like I can see that just being in somebody's purse and not thinking about it, but somebody brought a hammer to the ER? You work with some fucking crazy people, dude. Nope.
殿様、なぜこのような場所に？
ラウバーンよ、今日この日をもって不滅隊局長および査察衆としての任を解く。
You're fired.
なんですと？
ラウバーン、わらわはもう大丈夫じゃ。だからそなたは一人のアラミゴ人として生まれ故郷に帰り、同胞たちのために働くのじゃ。
またも全てをお一人でお決めになるおつもりか？
一人で決めることの愚かしさなどとうに悟っておるわ。故に最も信頼できる者に相談し、熟考を重ねて決めたのじゃ。
最も信頼できるものですと？我が輩は信頼に値せぬということですか？
そうじゃ。己の心の奥底に秘めた本心を語ってくれぬそなたをどうして最も信頼できるものと胸を張って言えよう。アラミゴの情勢が落ち着いたらウルダ派に戻ると、そう語るそなたの目に迷いがあることをわらわが見抜けるとでも思ったのか。見くびるな。わらわがどれほどそなたを頼りにし、どれほど信頼してきたのか分かっておらぬのはラウバーン、そなたの方じゃ。
しかし我が輩はあの時誓ったではありませんか。ナナモ様、あなたの剣となると。
わらわはそなたから新たな剣をもらっておるわ。受験ティソーナを継いだピピンという剣をな。わらわはその剣を、そしてロロリトラ共和派の重鎮たちをも使いこなす女王となってみせる。だからラウバーン、アラミゴへ帰るのじゃ。ここがそなたの故郷なのだから。
ナナモ様、
ラウバーンよ、笑え。わらわは笑顔で送り出したいのじゃ。
ありがたきお言葉。これまであなたという女王に仕えることができて光栄でした。
明日よりそなたはウルダ派の剣ではない、アラミゴの剣であり、より多くを守るエオルゼアの剣じゃ。よいな。
はい、ナナモ様。
Well, that was sad. Crashed a dirt bike going 40 miles per hour. That sounds like he's fucked up.
ラクシュミから みんなを守ってくれてありがとうね、二人とも。おかげで無事に代表者会議を終えることができたよ。
よしてくれよ。俺は食らいついていくのに必死だっただけさ。お前が光の戦士と呼ばれる理由が分かったよ。すごく。
そういえば王宮で七も陛下に会ったんだ。アラミゴ難民の帰国支援計画の最終的な確認でギラバニアにいらしたそうでね。ラウバーン局長を探していたものだから空中庭園に案内したんだが、
He was.
なんじゃ、わらわの噂話か。
七も様、いえ、そのようなことでは。
苦しゅうない。冗談じゃ、冗談。それよりもラウバーンよ。ほれ、言うべきことがあろう。
昨日付で我が輩は
Yesterday?
不滅隊局長とサカツ州の任を解かれることになった。
父上の職務は私が代行として引き継ぐ。背負った受験がさらに重みを増した気がするがね。
ありていに言えば我が輩は職なしということだ。アラミゴに
A
雇われ
mercenary
兵の
company or
職
some
でもあ
such?
れば紹介願いたいのだが。
We just killed her. This is the aftermath. So, the Ananta, the snake, the Naga, one of them snuck into our meeting, summoned their primal again in the middle of everything, which gave the butcher a chance to atone a little bit. She's back in her cell. But the big thing is, he used to serve the Sultana, the little girl in pink, breaking those two up and I guess recruiting him to the Scions instead, though he was supposed to stay here in Alamigo to run shit, I thought. So we're in the cleaning up phase of things before we get all of this post Stormblood, post expansion content is going to be like cleaning up and tying up loose ends and then foreshadowing what's to come in the next expansion.
Alamigoの猛牛が無色とは、これは傑作じゃ。
ナナマ様は本当にお人が悪くなられた。ピピンもピピンだ。笑い事ではないのだぞ。
We need to get the Ironworks to make him a metal hand. He needs a metal hand. I don't understand why we haven't done that yet.
ラウバーン、帰ってくるのね。
ああ、どうやらウルダ派に帰る家はなさそうなのでな。よかったら我が輩も国づくりに参加させてくれるか。
So she left the Scions and she's gonna stay here and run Alamigo, or I guess be part of the council that runs Alamigo.
はや驚きの展開だが、その様子だと君はこれを知っていたんだね。
I knew all of this was going to happen, for sure, 100%.
やれやれ、今回は見事に出し抜かれてしまったな。
You head touch?
しかしアラミゴにとっては素晴らしい朗報じゃないか。
I think it's about time to head back to Rhalgr's Reach. What's next for all of you? Alize will be eager to hear recent events, so I shall join you, if you've no objections. I'd welcome the company. Master, why don't you come along to the Reach as well once you've said your farewells to Nanamo and the others? I haven't done my roulette for tombstones. Upon completion of this quest, you will be able to access the palace's rooftop gardens by speaking to the royal menagerie attendant. Sure. Well, here we are again. Alphino has regaled me with a thrilling tale of hidden treasure troves, mid-meeting betrayals, unlikely alliances, and joyous homecomings. It would seem I missed everything. I was patrolling the palace grounds with Thancred and Y'shtola when we heard the report of a primal in the throne room. I honestly doubted my own ears. As others have said, we were lucky to have our Echo-blessed champions near this time, but we'll need to keep a closer eye on the Koleana. You can say that again. This whole episode has reminded me just how far apart our kinds still are. It looks like centuries of fear and mistrust really can't be washed away in a day. But someone has to make an effort at reconciliation if these conflicts are ever going to end. Naturally, a lot of people are crying out for vengeance, but I've been doing my best to calm things down. Violent reprisals will only lead to more summonings. Indeed, violence will ever beget violence, as the Empire has learned to its cost in recent times. In any case, summoning Lakshmi was the Broodmother's doing, and whoever replaces her might not be so keen on the idea. We'll just have to watch and wait. Which isn't to say we won't be putting the safety of our allies in the Vera and M tribes first. I plan to have resistance scouts keep track of the Koleana's movements at all times. My parents will be relieved to hear that. What are your plans for the rest of the resistance army, out of interest? Are we to prepare for Imperial counterattacks? That would be a question for the Resistance's newest recruit, a military commander with far more experience than me. What? The Bull of Alamigo? We call it an army, but the Resistance is really a collection of smaller independent groups, and when Conrad passed his command on to me, that authority only extended to the freedom fighters based in Rhalgr's Reach. He just happened to be serving as the Resistance spokesman at the time, and needed someone to take over the role while everything was in disarray. But that time has passed. When I speak with the other leaders about reforming the army under the new government, I'll be nominating Rauban as the overall commander of our forces. He has more experience than the rest of us put together, and we'll stand to learn a lot from him. Indeed, he is in all respects the ideal choice. Assuming he accepts the post, Alamigo will have added a formidable weapon to its arsenal. And given the progress Nanamo Nanamo's resettlement initiative, I see great cause for hope. The seeds which were so casually sowed have begun to quicken, my friends. I like that. We tend to our promises and watch as Alamigo blooms. Is he back? I do give thanks to the kami that my makeshift raft withstood the fury of the seas. But there their generosity ended. Without coins in our pockets for new attire, we are doomed to look like so much jetsam. Oh, woe betide the poor man in a city of rich merchants. Fucking kill her. End her. Why is she alive? These dango are delicious. Will you have one? Don't tell me she fucking lost her memories. More sweetbreads. I surrendered my blade to secure what few coins we have. Bah. He's like talking to a child. Why fate saddled me with this burden I shall never know. But I am alive, and I must return to my master's side. Come, see you. We shall find a ship to carry us across the Ruby Sea. Why? Why is she still alive? Meanwhile, in the Imperial Palace, Reaper, you wanted the next villain. Have you heard the reports? First Doma, then Alamigo, and Lord Xenos put to the sword? Do not believe everything you read. I hear the Viceroy was merely wounded, and that he has already returned to the capital. Naturally, the savages beat their chests and boast loudly of taking his head, regardless. Nay, Lord Xenos lives? Deplorable. That our own officers should be fooled by Eorzean misinformation. Except it's not misinformation. He dead. Small wonder the province has begun rising up in rebellion. We must prepare an official, and above all, accurate announcement to quell these pernicious rumors. They would wage war with empty words? Let them produce the Viceroy's remains then. We shall soon put the lie to their claims. Dun dun dun. Alright, we gotta wind up Rauban. Detachable arm optional. He got his arm cut off at the end of A Realm Reborn. What? Contains gear unequipable by your current class job. Oh, I guess I need to use it on... a job that I can use it? I didn't realize that was going to be all accessories. I don't have another job, so I guess we will just hold on to that because I already spent tombstones on Dark Knight weapon, so we'll just chill for a minute. I gotta step away. I'll be right back. Take a snack. Who's it has tidings to share with me? We will get greeting. Master, great timing. I was just about to send word to the Scions. I've got lots to tell you. The Council has officially recognized the Resistance as our standing army, and I expect you can guess who's been appointed commander. Suffice it to say, we're in good hand. Wow. The hand puns. Poor one-armed dude. We have the Bull of Alamigo at the helm. Having the Bull of Alamigo at the helm has done wonders for morale. People were dancing in the streets when the announcement was made, and we have you and the Sultana to thank for it. If you two hadn't worked your magic, he'd never have contemplated following his heart. The Council has also decreed that we are to maintain a presence at Walger's Reach. Lise will continue to lead our forces in the fringes, a job she's been doing tirelessly. A bit too tirelessly, some might say. We're constantly having to remind her to rest before she falls over. Before she falls over. We're responding to a text real quick. That's an exaggeration, and I always get up again. Anyway, we can hardly afford to lower our guard now. Not after our latest brush with Lakshmi. Speaking of which, we've been keeping a close eye on the Kalyana, and it looks like they've chosen a new leader. It's Shanti's daughter. You know, the half-dead one? For whatever reason, the Kalyana thought she was the best candidate, which makes them leaderless, basically. As things stand, there's no prospect of engaging in talks, let alone coming to an understanding. But I won't let that stop me. I'll keep on reaching out to them until they finally see sense. Just like I've been reaching out to Fordola. She still won't meet my gaze, but she's given up trying to ignore me. It may only be the odd grunt, but at least she's responding. I'll get through to her yet. Just kill her. There you are. Alphino, Alize, is everything alright? We received word from Tataru. Hancock has apparently acquired information of great interest and urgency. More than that, she didn't say. Only that we should come to Kugane right away. Yeah, there's another bitch who's alive that shouldn't be. I had a mind for the two of us to set forth together, but Alize is determined to make it a party of 3. As I've told you more than a dozen times, brother, my wounds are quite healed and I would benefit from some fresh air. Besides, you may well need an extra pair of hands. Worry not, sister. I've quite given up trying to convince you. Whether we be 2 or 3, we should depart as soon as possible. You will be joining us, I trust? Huh. I was about to say I'd come too, but I'll just have to settle from cheering you on from afar. Good luck with whatever it turns out to be. Thank you, Lise. Rest assured, should this business prove to be of even tangential concern to Alamigo, we shall inform you without delay. Let us be off then. Hancock and Tataru await us at the Ruby Bazaar offices.
よくぞおいでくださいました。
ずいぶんな慌てようだけど、どうしたっていうの？それに夕霧とそろばんまで。
オイラは呼ばれてきたんじゃないんだよね。別件の用事があるんだけど、今のところ急ぎってわけでもないし。
Oh, I guess I'll withdraw. I thought I'd be able to go through with it.
ハンコック殿、例の話を彼らにお聞かせ願えるか。
もちろんです。話は遡ること数日前。帝国大使館にかなりの数の兵士がやってきました。私の知る限り要人訪問の予定もないのに、これは極めて異例なことです。そこで お友達にあれこれ聞き回ったところ、実に興味深い話が出てきたのです。なんと帝国兵たちはクガネで目撃されたある人物を探すために派遣されてきたのだとか。ドマ代理総督四つ湯。
なんだって？
にわかには信じがたいと私も思う。飛燕様が四つ湯を切り伏せるところをこの目でしかと見たのだからな。
Yeah, we should have finished it off.
そうであろう。
私としても頭から信じてるわけではありませんよ。帝国軍はドマ城天守閣での出来事を知らないはずですし、他人の空似に惑わされている可能性だって大いにあり得る。ただし話題の四つ湯らしき人物が年老いたルガディン族の侍に連れられていたとしたらどうです？
まさか豪雪ってこと？
確証はありませんが気にはなる情報でしょう。ですからこうして皆さんにお集まりいただいたのです。
その話ヒエにはしたの？まあそうよね。あの頑丈な豪雪ならって思いたいところではあるけど。
根拠のない楽観論にすがりたくはないが、生きていてくれとそう祈り続けてきたのも事実。何より帝国軍が本腰を上げて捜索しているのなら、こちらとしても手をこまねいているわけにはいくまい。私は事の真偽を確かめるためにも探りを入れてみるつもりだが、貴殿らはどうする
？I know exactly what I do. Fucking stab her in the face.
私とて同じ。あくまでも豪雪が生きているのだとしたら、帝国兵の手から守りたいというだけだ。
豪雪殿は大切な仲間。再会の可能性があるというのに放ってはおけない。我々も協力しようじゃないか。ところでハンコック殿、肝心の二人の行方は？
気になるかと思い、優秀な情報屋を雇っておきました。帝国軍の動きを含めて最新の情報を仕入れるのです。
The informant awaits your... Oh shit. Permit me to assist you in your quest, friends. The sooner your business is concluded, the sooner we may speak of mine. I don't care about your business. Fuck you. Goddamn shellback. Should your search take you away from Kugane, my boat is at your disposal. I shall see that she is ready to sail. I'll give Soroban a hand. If he's providing us a ship, at least we can do is supply the provisions. We'll be at the pier if you need us. A welcome offer and an excellent plan. Without further ado, then let us seek out this informant in Sanjo Hanamachi. The durability of one or more pieces of my gear is noticeably low. I should address that. Baelser's Wall? Getting our tombstones, though. I don't know what that extreme caution is supposed to be. I don't remember this fight. So when we had that red on us, I should have stopped fighting the boss. It was killing us. What the fuck was this? This is a griffin. This is when he betrayed us. That's right. The big reveal. accidentally alt-tabbed. Bum, 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 bum. Repairman. All right. Wandering Minstrel. Who should stand before me but the hero who shattered the shackles of oppression in Doma and Alamigo both? In spite of your burgeoning fame, I am honored that you should willingly share your precious time with this humble minstrel. If I may ask, how are you enjoying the Far East? With its many charms, it's an easy place to like. Indeed, it holds a special place in my heart. You might even say it's a second home to me. Often I find myself here on my endless quest for verse. And on this particular visit, the proprietor of this theater chanced to hear me perform and took a shine to my work. One thing led to another, and a number of my songs were adapted for the stage. Such are the crowds they have drawn. I have since been commissioned to write pieces for a new production. That is not to brag, mind you, nay, far from it, for though I am glad for the approval, the truth is I have been struggling to summon forth the inspiration with which to fuel my creativity. But of course, your recent exploits could well provide me with the inspiration I need. Such events you must have witnessed, such emotions experienced in your struggle to liberate Doma and Alamigo from the clutches of the Empire. Though the tales have been doing their rounds, there is no substituting a first-hand account. Nay, I would see from the eyes of he who stood in the thick of it and known the depths of his heart. I shall remain in Kugane, while I compose my pieces for the Mujikoza. Whenever you can spare a moment, I ask that you regale unto me your recent adventures, and I shall see to it they are immortalized within these halls. Ah, something heroic this way comes. How fare you, master? As ever, I am seeking inspiration to draw upon for my work. If you have any new experiences to share, I should very much like to hear them. Oh, what a stirring story you have for me today. To lose her beloved daughter not once, but twice, first to the Empire and then to the Primal's false promise. 'Tis all I can do to imagine the Qualiana Elder's grief. And, as if she had not lost enough, unable to bear the reality, she chose to flee from it by making an offering of her soul to the Primal. 'Tis a tragedy to rend hearts. My apologies, master. I know full well that I asked you for a tale, but so private and intense a sorrow should not be made the subject of amusement. However, I would honor the memory of the departed with a verse. For her daughter's life, a mother mourned, but from the flesh of her soul was torn. For her daughter's smile, a mother yearned, Now from a dream she may ne'er return. Forgive me if I have awakened unpleasant memories. Liberties may be taken in a tale's telling, but it cannot wipe away such a sorrow that has taken root in one's heart. Nay, no more than abiding in a dream will change reality. Responding to people and things. They don't all night they were fucking non-communicative. 12 in the morning rolls around and they start blowing up the phone. Like, dude, I already started streaming. I'm done for the night. I'm not. You want to hang out? Then I need information on where we're hanging out before midnight. Even so, we may pray for wounds to heal, the scars to fade, and so pray I shall, for the Koyana, for all those who grieve, that they may one day know peace. But it's 1 a.m. already? It's 1:30. Yeah, no, I didn't hear back from... Well, I didn't hear back from anyone. I texted the group chat if anything was going on tonight, the regular dance chat. No one said shit. I texted the guys chat that we have, and well, one of the guys is out at a work event. I didn't hear shit from that. The other guy in that chat apparently didn't wake up until almost midnight, and that's when he hit me back. But by then, I'd been streaming for like an hour and a half. So it's whatever. Apparently. But we unlocked Sri Lakshma hard. Ah, you have a new tale for me. Wonderful. A clash against a kami of legend. The words fairly write themselves. Yes, this would adapt very well indeed for the stage, and I dare say even the Kojin would come to watch. As this song is about you, however, 'tis only meet that you are the first to hear it. Lend your ears, then, to the tale of your furious encounter with Susanoo, the Lord of the Revel. Did you figure out anything for the drinks and game night? I haven't talked to anyone, but I had an idea. I took a nap earlier, and I woke up in the middle of the nap and had a thought, and then went back to sleep. I haven't talked to anybody, but I've got an idea. Upon eastern seas, 3 treasures join to birth a kami great, whose sacred blade strikes awe in hearts and cleaves the land in straits. From western lands a challenger comes, a hero from afar, whose radiant blade sets souls ablaze and outshines the very stars. Was I able to capture Susanoo's stormy grandeur? I drew upon my imagination to create more evocative imagery, but it should more or less line up with your experience. So the way the difficulty tiers work in this game, I don't know if you're familiar, Reaper. You go through and you play like the Susanoo fight. It was a fight. It was. And then there will be like a bard or a minstrel or something, and you'll tell them, and then they will recount the tale. And that's what you're playing through. You're playing through them telling the story, but they're embellishing things to make it seem like it was more of a challenge. And thus, you've gone from normal mode to hard mode. And then I think Savage is basically the same thing. he embellishes it even more, so it's nigh on impossible. I had an idea. I will start a group chat with the people and see who's interested. Somewhat stormier than you recall? Well then, that makes it just right. Upon the stage, storytelling takes on a different dynamic, you see, and it is common practice to favor the grandiose. But with your rousing tale at its heart, I have no doubt that the play will be received with no less than a standing ovation. The Pool of Tribute Extreme, now accessible. Shinryu. The last fight. This is what we did last night. Well then, pray do not keep me in suspense. Shinryu, a being of pure violence, born of the torment of they who died for their homeland. Those souls had longed for the power to smite the Empire. Little would they have imagined that this power would assume such a form, nor that it would fall into the enemy's hands to become the ultimate obstacle to freedom, bound to the will of Xenos Ye Galvis, a pitiable man who feels naught save when at the edge of death. The power to smite, the power to save, a desperate man did direly crave. High though the price in full did pay. High though the price in full he did pay, creating a god where his dead body lay. I can fucking read. I promise I can fucking read. The power to rise, the power to vie, a lonely man did madly desire. Forsook his flesh, for such was the toll, binding a god to his insatiable soul. Here we have two men who sought power, but for different reasons. One wished to deliver his homeland from tyranny, the other wished to fill the void of his solitude. Yet even should they achieve this goal, would they truly find peace? I suspect that only they would know the answer. Now you, my friend, you will continue your fight, will you not? I pray that you will again regale me with such accounts of your experiences. For as brightly as a hero's tale shines, it is not without its shadows. It is my duty, I feel, to share both with the world, the stirring and the sorrowful. The Minstrel's Ballad. Shinryu's Domain. Alright. Do I really wanna... I guess we can pick this one up too. We're already here. We should probably queue up for some of those though. Welcome, my lord. There is a young maiden here who would speak with you. A maiden, you say? Miss, the adventurer has arrived. And here he is, the liberator of both Doma and Alamigo in the flesh. I am Lena Murila? Lena Murila, correspondent for The Raven. You may recognize me from my expose on the secret lives of the homunculi. But enough small talk. It's not for nothing that I've been standing here since yesterday morning on the off chance you'd pass by. No, I'm here because... Actually, it's best you heard it from Alma. I am but an observer. Alma, come, I found him. She reminds me of a character from 11. Is this the adventurer of whom you spoke? Indeed it is. Please, I beg of you, find my father. You are his only hope. Fucking Obi-Wan Kenobi now? It's alright, Alma. We're attracting unwanted attention. Might I suggest a change of venue? We will wait for you before the Prima Vista. The theater barge has a berth at the airship landing. Oh, I do wonder what the hell's going on here. All right, we have a bunch of different options. Continue with these. Let's continue with the main line. Reward unclaimed. We need to do this. Looks like a dead end. Where the fuck am I going? Is there an Ethernet over there? There really isn't. Oh, there's stairs. I missed the stairs. As soon as I click into this, it'll fucking pop. This should be the place. Now we wait and see who comes. It has been a while, my friends. Yes, yes, a long while indeed. I knew it. Gyoto, any funny business and you know what'll happen, I trust? No funny business. Only loyal service and the finest quality information. Of course, such quality does not come cheap. No, but then Hancock already paid you. Honestly, you must just think we're born yesterday. I've half a mind to call Lise. No, Lise. I beg you, no boots. I will tell you everything I know, free of charge. The Empire searches for Yotsio. High and low, far and wide. Come to enlist my help, they did, promising rich rewards for decisive information. And have you decisive information? Were the two individuals cited here indeed Gosetsu and Yotsio? Alas, see them with my own eyes I did not, but the Imperials are confident. Yes, very confident indeed. Look at the size of their contingent. But here's something they do not know, a rumor which you will find most interesting, I think. They say an elderly Rogadan samurai appeared on Kogane Dori with a beauteous maiden and sold his katana to a pawnbroker. 'Twas no common katana either, but one of surpassing craftsmanship. Well, that is interesting, assuming it's true. Did you corroborate the rumor with the pawnbroker in question? No. Regrettably, I do not have a working relationship with the master of Shofuku Chichiten. Now, why would that be, I wonder? If I didn't know better, I'd think he'd lent you money. He will help you, I am certain. While you speak with him, I will make contact with my Garlean connections and learn what I can of their progress. A glimpse of the blade is all I need to be sure, but is it wise to let the Nazamu out of our sight? Nah, he'll betray us. Boots and stomps. No more betrayals, no more boots. To divide our forces is simply more efficient. He's right. Given the urgency, we would do well to split up, and so I will go with our friend here. Nothing improves efficiency like a little supervision. Yes. We will go together, and there will be no boots. Let's be about it then. Good luck with the katana. Shall we reconvene at the pier later? Fragrant as the Ruby Bazaar offices are, I prefer the fresh air. I believe LSA has her task well in hand. Shall we seek out the pawnbroker? You have learned the emote greeting. How is that greeting? I just put my hand on my hip. Alright, main scenario. Castrum Praetorium. How did I know it? It's fucking always the Praetorium. They did make this considerably shorter. Which this one is fine being shorter. Like Breifix's Long Stop and Tamtara Deepcroft, like those ones, it's sad that they changed them a little bit. The challenge is gone. They're kind of mindless. Like Breifix's Long Stop, the final boss of that was like, it was a healer check. Did you know what the hell you were doing? Oh. I guess we don't need to do that. I remember running through that on my white mage, and I spent more MP on curing poison than I did on healing. It was crazy how much poison was going on. Now it's insignificant. Here is fine. Can I go see Spider-Man tomorrow? Is it coming out tomorrow? Did not even know that. I'm so far behind on all the Marvel movies. And they're just like so uninteresting now. I don't know, Spider-Man is holding its own. The rest have fallen off. We'll see if Spider-Man is holding its own. Whoa. Somebody went very green hair. This is the 4th Spider-Man movie now, and I've enjoyed the first 3, so we'll see if 4 was worth it or not tomorrow. Yeah, it's less about the first 3 Spider-Man movies dropping off and more about just the state of Marvel in general falling off. Oh hey, we get to play? Story time over? definitely has fallen into formulaic movies without a doubt. It's not even formulaic movies. Formulaic movies are fine. It's uninteresting characters and yeah, uninteresting characters. Bad writing. They thought that they were big shit and could do no wrong, and they got complacent, and yeah, that's that. Yeah. Break the door that can't be broken, did. Same thing with Disney. Disney's also gone down the shitter. I mean, DC isn't doing much better. The Supergirl movie. It would be better if they just stopped talking on the red carpet. Stop giving your actors and actresses weird talking points. Period. Because that's what's doing most of the damage. Even I would argue more so than the movie itself, is the lead up to the movie where like the Rachel Zeglers are weird. And that's making people not want to go see it. God damn it. The fuck? Hopefully it will put me back in there, because I don't want to have to fucking do that all over again. There's 3 people. Thank you. Sometimes you just gotta yell at it. Oh, they're in a cutscene that I am not in. We got to skip a cutscene. Far too much red carpet talk takes place for any event. Yeah. We got 3 more bosses to do. Someone press fast forward on Nero running his mouth. Did not have my tank stance on after the disconnect. GG. You got, bitch. This changes nothing. Until you come back as a contractor. Carrying, we do not. I should have my new router on Monday. Hopefully some of those connection blips will be resolved once that happens. And get back to my workout streams as well. That's expensive is what it is. Am I missing somebody else? Oh no, he's already here. Somehow he skipped the cutscene. Yeah. Don't even think about dying. You're too bloody useful. A fucking hat. Well, hello. What do you want me to say, Jesus? Sorry, we were just talking about Marvel movies. It was in my head. Well, we got a minute for this guy to start his preaching.
争いの果てに強者が弱者を導く先にこそ未来があるのだ。
Yep, uh-huh. Oh, we get to play? No, no, you're still talking. Never mind. I thought I had to tank. I just have to tank his dialogue. You gotta let the villain monologue, I guess. Oh, you're done this time? Okay. Reprisal is what I should do for that. Your tank buster did less than 1,000. You're a joke. GG. Up to like 18 people? Yeah, that's 3x. Oh, they're all gone. They're all gone. Though. Not right. Something's not right with this. Well, it's like half frozen. I don't know if I like that. It's not good. All right, so back to this. Everything in order? Then let us proceed to Kogane Dori and find the master of Shofuku Shichiten. Shichiten. All right. We got those, which means we can go back. To Girvania. That's where we have to go in the first place. It's an oddball night. We got trailer trash, seniors, middle-aged people, and the projects in here. All right, Tombstone Exchange. Disciples of War, eye level 400. We already have the weapons. We have 1,000 tombstones. 1,077. We've got the body. 510 for the trousers. Let's get the trousers. Then 345 for the helm. And then we'll just go down the line. Antiquated Abyss Brogionets. Okay, we'll have to put those up. I don't love it in comparison to what I had, but it is better. And I don't really fuck with glamours, so Maybe once I get to endgame, I'll fuck with some glamours, but I think I'd rather just wear the shit that I earned, you know? Usually it's mainly Mexican or Indonesian people, dude. What is this even for? This is not the one that we were supposed to go do. The fuck are you on about, dude? You now have access to the Circles of Answering in expansion of Stone, Sky, Sea. This training ground can be accessed by speaking with the battle-scarred veteran outside Ralger's Reach. Time limit 3 minutes per location. Circles of Answering. He who barely defeats Draconic God of Vengeance only to regale rambling bard with tales of said god, that he might battle more vengeful version, is either great warrior or great fool. Okay, I don't know what this is. I'm not gonna fuck with this right now. But apparently Stone Sky Sea is the thing. Sure. That is not what we were here for. This is what we were here for. It's a very diverse night. Hey, listen. DEI, right? A perky pawnbroker? We might have had customers like those you described. So many people came through, it's difficult to remember. Perhaps you could jog my memory by making a purchase? No? Well, you can't blame a woman for trying. Does not seem to be the droids we're looking for. A Ryogoden samurai and a maiden. Never seen them. Now, if you don't have any business with me, make your way for someone who does. A Plaisant pawnbroker. Welcome, good sir, welcome. Will you be buying or... Ah, so you've heard tell of the Ryogoden samurai katana. Small wonder, it's a fine example of its kind. One moment. Dear, I hope you found our pawnbroker. Excellent work, Master. And that is the katana? There can be no doubt. It is Gosetsu's blade. The craftsmanship is exquisite, is it not? And you will be pleased to know that the pledge has just expired. I should be glad to sell it to you, assuming you have the coin. This is no ordinary weapon, you understand, and it is priced accordingly. But if you are serious, I suggest you act quickly, as several noted collectors have already expressed an interest. The blade represents conclusive proof that Gosetsu's survival. I suppose this could be considered a necessary cost in securing a safe return, yet it is not a decision I can make alone, least of all when our nation has scarce begun to rebuild. I got it. Nay, my friend, grateful though I am for the offer, I cannot ask this of you. It is enough to know that Gosetsu is alive and well. You wait. The Scions will buy the katana. Pray, consider it a gift. Master Alphino, your kindness is touching, truly, yet in matters of coin, would Mistress Tataru not expect to be consulted? Come now, our friend would never have relinquished his blade were the need not great, and we are not bound by honor to help a friend in need. I say we are, and I am sure Tataru would wholeheartedly agree. It's settled then. You have made a wise choice, my friend. Such pieces are few and far between. Now, if you would be so good as to come this way, I shall prepare the necessary papers. What papers are necessary? If I may ask, sir, after he visited your establishment, do you perchance know where the old samurai went? He's our friend, and we would return his weapon to him. A friend of yours, you say? I see. Well then, I suppose there could be no harm in telling you. No sooner had I provided him with the requested sum than his pretty young companion began clamoring for dango. I duly recommended those served at the Umineko tea house, and thither did they set off. Clamoring for dango. Can these truly be the same people? It makes no sense. Some manner of code, perhaps? But it avails us not to speculate. Let us go to this tea house and see if we can pick up their trail. The new king on the block. But of course I remember. How could I forget a pair like that? The most beautiful girl you'll ever see, scoffing down dango as if her life depended on it, while the old samurai looked on. Not quite what he expected, I'll wager. Far be it from me to gossip about my customers, but he was planning to spirit her away across the Ruby Sea, out of reach of her family, no doubt. When the girl had finally had her fill, they set off in the direction of the Shiokaze hostelry, presumably to find someplace discreet with a boat. So Gosetsu makes for Doma. But this woman who travels with him, the more I hear about her, the more I wonder if she can truly be Yotsuyu. While doubts remain over the identity of Gosetsu's traveling companion, for now we can but follow the trail. Come, let us away to the pier and make ready to sail. With luck, Alize will already have joined Master Soroban and Mistress Tataru there. Let's see, what are we on? We are on Hopes on the Wave. So this is 4-2 Quest 3 of 8 quests. I see you decided to accept the invitation of the House of Splendors. Rowena will be... Oh, this is the wrong quest. Whoops. It's good to see a familiar face in these parts, particularly that... Oh, the man who might well be my most valued customer. I gather you are not expecting Kryl or myself to be attending this little tete-a-tete. As you will see, however, this is a matter which concerns us all. It began when the vessel of the East Alderon Trading Company happened upon an island in the Glass Ocean, a deserted island which was not recorded on our charts and, quite frankly, has no business being there. Suffice to say, we were surprised, pleasantly so. In fact, an unclaimed, undeveloped island in such a location would be a boon to our trading concerns in this corner of the world. Kugane's bleeding us both dry with its tariffs. Depending on the goods, we're paying more than 10 times what we'd owe in Limsa or Ul'dah, which is already too damn much, believe you me. What my dear Rowena is trying to say is that having an additional port of call in this region, one more amenable to free trade, would be in the best interest of a great many parties. Which is why, upon learning of this island, I immediately authorized an exploratory expedition. The team was large and well funded. I spared no expense. Alas, only a handful returned. The survivors reporting irregularities with the island's aether, which we believe gave rise to a number of strange and monstrous beasts which set upon them not long after they arrived. The regrettable turn of events forced us to reevaluate our assessment of the island and put our plans on hold for a time. If development was to proceed, it would require a great deal more capital than originally anticipated. So he came to me and mine for a handout, and I obliged, but before you scoff, know that some of my regular customers were members of that failed expedition, and what they told me was enough to justify the expense. Tales of treasure untold, wealth and riches, and gods know what else. I will have to wade through all beasties, but with great risk comes great reward, as they say. Spoken like a born entrepreneur, your ambition and ruthlessness are admirable, my lady. I dare say I could stand to learn a thing or two from you. It's a consort? What's a consort? He's a consort? She's a consort? In any event, having formed our partnership, we wish to dispatch a second joint expeditionary force to the island. That said, if we were to send just anyone, their fate is like to be the same as that of the first. So this time, we've a mind to send a Dab Hand, a veteran of 1,000 battles, a tried and true killer. You see where I'm going with this. While I like your aptitude for warcraft, I will be joining the expedition as a researcher. The Scions have an interest in this island. How perceptive of you. You are right. This is not the sort of affair that I would normally concern us. However, after speaking with the others, they have consented to my participation on account of my personal interest. You will forgive me if I say no more at this time. If my suspicions prove true, then I will tell you everything, I promise. Right then, I believe that covers everything. The company ship that will deliver you to the island is waiting to receive you. You may proceed to the pier whenever you are ready to depart. Oh, and so you're not surprised, you'll have company. A craftsman whose help I reckoned we ought to have. He should be at the pier already. Sid? Rowena and I still have a few things to discuss, so why don't you go on ahead, I'll catch up to you later. Is this my island? I know at some point we get an island. I don't know what expansion though. I'm tempted to just do the island thing now. And we shall call it Eureka. I think that's my island. I'm gonna go Eureka. It's typically the lady who entertains Monarch or other clients. Yes, but who are you saying is a consort? Rowena? Or are you saying that about Yotsu? Because neither of those are true. Rowena, the person who was there, is the person who sells us this gear for the tombstones. And no matter how many times you say it, you whiny little shite, I ain't about to let a bloody stranger waltz up and deign to tell me which way my bread is buttered. Now piss off. Does your Eorzean stubbornness know no end? I have urgent business on that island, and I demand you take me there at once. I could hear the shouting half a mile away. Tight muscles. Geralt, what is all the fuss about? Oh, Miss Cryle. Sorry about that. This here bastard what causing the trouble. Edgicall, what are you doing here? Did you really think I wouldn't find out about your letter? The nerve of you, trying to get a head start on your own? Well, sorry to spoil your plans. Don't be difficult. I had every intention of requesting your assistance if and when I confirmed my hypothesis was correct. Forgive me. You must be completely at a loss. My headset is dying. The gentleman on the right is... Wait, you already know each other, do you not? Well, as you may have guessed, Geralt will be lending his considerable expertise to our expedition. And on the left, we have... Ejika Tsunjika of the students of Baldessian. And you must be the so-called Warrior of Light. Charmed, I'm sure. I'll thank you not to get underfoot. I will literally put you under my foot. Manners, Ejika. If you intend to accompany us on this expedition... Of course I do. You think I'm about to let a by-the-book traditionalist like you conduct an independent investigation? You've got another thing coming. I should be glad to welcome the assistance of a preeminent scholar such as yourself. Now, if you would be so kind as to stop badgering poor Geralt and board the ship, we can get underway. Hey, Ray. This unlocks Eureka. Is that your personal island? Your harvesting island? That's what I'm thinking this does. I didn't intend to do this. I accidentally clicked on the wrong continue quest NPC. I meant to be continuing the 8.2 stuff and hit this instead. I went to the wrong ship. But I thought, no, that's an Endwalker. Okay, I have no idea what Eureka is then. Ejika is one of the few surviving students of Baldessian. While his expertise in aetherology is impressive by any measure, alas, so is his ego. I was on a completely different quest, Reaver. But enough about him. We have an island to explore. If you've no matters left to attend to, speak with Rodney. He will show you aboard. Eureka is actually their attempt to emulate Final Fantasy XI. Really? Oh, fuck. Now I'm torn. You told me it wasn't the crafting island. So I was going to go back to the 8.2. But now you've really got my interest piqued. You said the magic words there. It occurs to me that no one bothered to tell you the name of the island we meant to explore. Am I correct? It's a bit grandiose and melodramatic, but we've tentatively named it for a place from Allegan legend, a forbidden land where fearsome weapons were hidden away for safekeeping. Vanadil? Vanadil. We call it Eureka. That would be an insane crossover if they did a crossover with 14 and 11 where we could actually go to Vanadil. Why haven't they done that? Okay, so when you say emulate Final Fantasy XI, what do you mean? Eureka Animos. You have now access to a forbidden land, Eureka Animos. Animos can be explored in parties of up to 8 players or solo. To embark on your journey to Animos, speak with Rodney at Pier 1 in Kugane. Please be advised that all excursions into the forbidden land, Eureka, are item level synced. For Animos, gear exceeding an item level of 300 will be adjusted. While exploring Animos, you will have the opportunity to create Eureka gear and weapons. If you wish to do so, it would be prudent to acquire level 70 antiquated items in advance. Should you wish to know more about Eureka Animos and what it has to offer, you may speak with Rodney for further details. Okay, well, penalties incurred when KO'd, the fauna, notorious monsters, XP chains. Eureka is actually it has its own level, so you start at level 1 regardless of your actual level. Do I want to get sidetracked by this right now? Picker of Locks. To be clear, it's not actually the Eureka of Allegan legend, the underground labyrinth in which someone saw fit to squirrel away weapons of unfathomable power. We just thought the name was fitting for this unexplored island. Mysterious and deadly island where the elemental forces are constantly in flux. It may be explored in parties. Adventurers who choose to brave the wilds will find that their strength in there is measured by their elemental level. Moreover, all equipped items will be subject to item level sync. Unlike instance duties and given a region within Eureka may be occupied by up to 144 players, with whom you may choose to cooperate if you so desire. Eureka is a bit odd in that the elemental forces are constantly in flux. If you want to survive, you need close eye. Your strength in Eureka, this is what we just saw. Your level and XP accrued will be retained between visits. Progress will not be lost when you depart Eureka. Please be advised that elemental XP gained may be affected by the number of players in your party and the difficulty of the enemies you defeat. But now you can do it solo. They bumped up the XP gain. When it first released, you need to have an XP party to level up. You'd best be careful when out and about in Eureka. If you're careless and caught off guard, you might find yourself nursing wounds that last a lifetime. You'll lose elemental XP. However, if you are revived by another player within 10 minutes of being KO'd, you will receive no XP penalty. Furthermore, if your current elemental level is 5 or below, you will not lose elemental XP when... Yeah, that's... Essentially, that's Final Fantasy XI rules. Please be advised, if your elemental level is 11 or higher, this penalty may reduce your elemental XP total below 0. Should this happen, you will lose an elemental level. Eureka is harsh, unforgiving land. Come at no surprise. Creatures survive in such an environment must be fearsome indeed. You'll need to study your play carefully before deciding how to proceed. Enemies are imbued with powers, particular elements. Display names. When engaging an enemy in battle, it may be prudent to alter your tactics accordingly. That's what we call the ones which have soaked up disproportionate quantity of aether, makes them meaner and nastier than most, which is saying a lot considering the disposition of most creatures you'll encounter on the island. Anyways, point is you'll not want to face one alone. Kind of split upon various monsters. You'll engage these enemies together with adventurers if you wish to defeat them. Some NMs will not appear unless certain conditions are met. Speak with other adventurers and share information that you might determine what these conditions are. What's in it for me and mine? Well, it just so happens that there are very unusual crystals that can be found only in Eureka. Crystals for which the holders of the purse strings have an endless appetite. You may receive a variety of rewards. Among these possible rewards are protean crystals, which may be used to strengthen and enhance Eureka gear. Funny little expression that I think I've heard adventurers use it to describe when they get into a rhythm and start slaying beasts left and right. A limited window in which you may attempt to defeat another. XP chain. I know how XP chains work. Say dangerous, go alone. Safety in numbers. Form parties. Seek out players, close elemental level. Parties 6-4, you're good together. If your elemental level is above level 20, it will be synced. Some of them are based on Final Fantasy XI, like Capricious Cassie, King Arthro. Nice. I never actually saw King Arthro. The Forbidden Land. Eureka Animus. I need a drink. What was crafting in 11 like? Oh boy. Oh, that's a loaded question. So crafting in 11, you had many different, you had many different crafts. Let's see if I can. There was a lot of superstition in crafting, like which way you were supposed to face on the compass. Like if you faced east and you were using a wind crystal, you would have a higher chance to not fail. But if you were facing south, then you would have a greater chance to fail, but a higher chance to high quality the item, make it a +1. There was a lot of, just a lot. But you had like fishing, woodsmithing, smithing, goldsmithing, clothcraft, leathercraft, bonecraft, alchemy, cooking. Ignore synergy, that was added later. It went up to 100, but when you were crafting, you could craft 100 bone arrowheads and maybe get 0.01 skill level. 0.01 skill level. It was, how did it gain superstition? Oh, there was, because they didn't explain things to you. It was all skill up. Synthesize the spool of Wamara silk. Wamara silk. Again. Synth failed, you lost the crystal you were using, you lost materials. There's no, I wanted the skill up message. Sorry, not 0.0. God damn it. So you can see here, raises 0.1 points. It's probably really hard to see. Yeah, I can't make it any better. So you'd take a crystal, you'd use a crystal, you would have 8 slots that you could put materials in. You didn't select from recipes. Like say this this square of Curel leather took like a dark crystal, you'd use the dark crystal, and then you'd put in like 4 pieces of Curel hide. And that would turn into Curel leather or something like that. Yes and no, because you had, since you could go to your guild and you could talk to various other NPCs there and get synth support, and you could also ask them about recipes that you could do, and they'd tell you like, take a gold ingot and an opal with a fire crystal, and that'll make you a gold ring. So like there was ways for you to get insight on what you should be crafting. But yeah, a lot of it was trial and error. And there was so much superstition around it. There was so much unconfirmed just anything. About the actual Final Fantasy XI crossover, if you want to, yes, I want to know. I do want to know. Of course I want to know. Sorry, Ray. Reaper asked me a question and I went way off the rails. If there's an actual 11 crossover, I absolutely want to know. Maybe not spoilers, but I definitely want to know about it. Crafting wasn't for everyone. Not everyone was supposed to be a crafter. Crafting was a massive gold sink. It was a way to throw your gil away, but once you got up to a certain level, it was a way to make money. It's the 24-man raid in Dawn Trail. Is it Dynamis? Did they do Dynamis? You've just blown my mind. That is so much more motivation to get to Dawn Trail. Everything in Final Fantasy XI was a grind. But if you just look at it in the sense of it was a grind and you don't like grind, it's really diminishing just to call it a grind. It was a grind, yes, but it was a rewarding grind. The balance of grind to reward and grind to success was very well done in my opinion. And there was enough horizontal content to be like, well, I could go do this, or 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 I could go do 17 other things. It was really good. I cannot sing Final Fantasy XI's praises enough. And I know that that is tainted by nostalgia. I don't think Final Fantasy XI would work if it released today. It wouldn't. Just the reality of shorter attention spans, changing best practices in game design, I don't think 11 would work today, and that makes me very sad. And that right there also makes me very sad. Why did I get kicked? Why does that keep happening? My new router comes in on Monday. Even Twitch crashed. Are we back? Are we good? Okay, you hear me. Twitch, on the other hand, is just spinning. It looks like I have a connection. I have a connection up here on the stream PC. It says I have internet access. Okay, there we go. That router needs to hurry up and get here. I may also need... repairs on this PC. Unfortunately. That might be a thing that needs to happen. Which I definitely do not have the money for at the moment. Let's see, where is the authenticator? Do. Did I do that wrong? No, I did that right. Okay. Each expansion has a set of 8-man raid and 24-man raid. Dawn Trail's 24-man raid is a Final Fantasy XI crossover. Stormblood's is Ivalice crossover. I haven't done any of the raids. I want to do the Binding Coil of Bahamut. I never got to do Bahamut. So the PC repair goal was not a lie. I created that. I forgot that was a thing. I created that when I was having similar issues. Okay. You got me off on a whole ass tangent on Final Fantasy XI. I knew it. I knew it from the moment we arrived. Despite everything that has happened here, there can be no mistake. I hate to admit it, but you had the right of it. I said I would tell you everything if my suspicions prove true, and so I will. The reason I urged the Scions to approve my participation in this expedition is because this island is the Isle of Val. The self-same island that once served as the headquarters and a home of the students of Baldician, an island that belongs on the other side of the world, that was obliterated by a terrible magic. Shock. I was fortunate to have been elsewhere at the time, but I know you were not so lucky. I don't suppose you have any idea how it could have ended up here in the Glass Ocean. Alas, my memories of the incident are muddled. All I recall is a voice, that of the star, I suspect. Faint and fleeting, but warm. And then I awoke on the shore of Old Charlayan. Task completed, Final Fantasy XI side quest accomplished. This was mentioned back in ARR. The Isle of Val had gone missing. I think I remember that when she first showed up. Like when we were off to Idleyshire, right? Or was it even further back than that? I don't remember when Kryl showed up. How convenient for you and utterly unhelpful for the rest of us. Would that more than Galef's chosen heir could have received this blessing of light. And where are you off to now, Ajika? To find anyone else that might still be alive. I'll thank you not to follow. I work better alone. That looks just like, looks like Edna mode. This dude is just Edna mode. Cutting us loose now that you got what you wanted. Kryl showed up in Idleyshire, but I think the Isle of Val was mentioned before that. Huh. I'll allow that I've yet to repay you for bringing me to the island. Let no one here say I'm ungrateful. I heard it enough from Galef. A proposal then. Should I learn anything of significance, I will return here and share it with the rest of you. Does that satisfy Kryl? Nod. He's a handful, I know. You needn't worry about me. I am more than capable of defending myself. You have proved otherwise. We just got your ass back from being kidnapped, and drained dry of all your Mako energy. Or something like that. So we have a mystery on our hands. Somehow the Isle of Val was transported from one corner of the world to this one. Ajika is right in that our first priority should be to confirm whether or not any of our comrades that were here are still alive. If someone is, then perhaps they'll be able to help us understand what happened. I appreciate your help more than you know. But before you can begin in earnest, it is important that you are properly prepared. The stories you heard about the creatures that roam these lands were not exaggerations, and I would not see you struck down due to carelessness. Geralt has been working on something that will be of use to you. Why don't you go and see if it's ready? I have various measurements to take in the meantime. Come and find me if you wish to speak later. I wish to stab things now. Talk later, stab now. Where did he go? Got ourselves dragged into a fine mess, aye? Ruin is still wielding that tavern debt of mine like a chef's knife, taking a pawns of flesh here and there. Wait, don't tell me she's got her hooks in you, too. Ah, well, it's no business of mine. We're here and we may as well make the most of it. Much as ye can make of being stuck in a god's-forsaken island where the very elements are your enemy, and the only living creatures want nothing more than to make you dead. You probably heard from the others about how these beasties here have been bathed in the twisted aether of this place and are somehow stronger for it. Don't know about all that, but I do know that if you walked out the gates and let one take a swing at you, you'd feel it in more ways than one. Aye, not only can they rend flesh and break bones, but they can also disrupt your very aether. So, if you're intending to go toe-to-toe with one, you'll need a way to improve your ability to endure said beastie's attacks. Rather, your ability to defend against attacks of a given elemental aspect. Goes without saying, the same principle applies if you want to hit the beastie back harder, eh? Any road, to that end, Kryl and I've been working on a solution, a magic contraption you can use to manipulate your elemental affinities and fight more effectively in Eureka. We call it a magia board? Might take some getting used to, but I'm sure a clever lad like you will manage. But the board alone's not enough, I should say. You'll need these crystals. What were they called? Magicite. That was it. Type of crystal found here in Eureka. Pure as driven snow, or so I'm told. Lucky for you, I've got one to spare. Brought back by a souvenir of the first expedition. Go on and take it, along with the board. Reckon you'll find more while you're out and about, so I designed it to take up to 5 in a given configuration. To affix or remove Magicite, you'll need to avail yourself of that there Magia Melder. Shouldn't be too hard. If you've got questions, direct them at the expedition engineer over yonder. Magia Melder. All Magia Aether restored. The Magia Melder can be used to affix Magicite to or remove it from your Magia board. When you have finished experimenting with it, speak to Kryl to proceed. Magia board acquired. That was a 4-second blip. Interesting. Adventuring in Eureka. Elemental XP. You've obtained your very own Magia board. In Eureka, each creature is aspected to a certain element, giving them distinct advantage in battle. You'll need to make judicious use of both the Magia board and Magicite to overcome your foes. Raise your affinity to certain elements by melding Magicite to your Magia board or spinning the board to change its alignment. A Magia board properly configured to an enemy's ethereal tilt can enhance both offensive and defensive capabilities. Speak to the expedition engineer for further guidance. Is this lightning? Yeah, lightning. Okay, so there's no darkness. We'll go here. 5 ma. Oh. We are weaker. Okay. While taking preliminary readings, something unusual came to light. The headquarters of the students of Valdesian was situated in a tower, which appears to be encased in a magical barrier. Someone or something needs to have activated our defenses. I can only hope this was the work of our survivors. The very possibility is enough to make investigating the tower a priority. The question is, how are we to get there? Barriers notwithstanding, traveling on foot would place us at the mercy of the wilderness. Could be safer to make use of the island's Aethernet. Unfortunately, it doesn't appear to be in the best shape at the moment. I'm not entirely sure why, but perhaps we can find a way to put it in good working order. So I have 2 favors to ask of you. 1, attune to every Aethernet shard you can find. Any difficulties you experience may help me get to the root of the problem, and if you can use them without issue, then all the better. 2, if you should come across a Protean crystal, I want you to bring it to me. I make this request on behalf of our financiers, to be clear, which is to say that we shouldn't oblige them. Which isn't to say that we shouldn't oblige them. We should. They have been quite generous with their support after all. I'm sure you've heard this too many times before, but be careful. These creatures are unlike anything I have ever seen. Do not underestimate them. And remember to attune to every Aethernet shard you find, starting with the one over to there if you haven't. I haven't because I did not see it. It looks dull and dead and lifeless. Who the fuck are you? You may now purchase items available only for use in the Forbidden Land, Eureka, from the Expedition Provisioner. I guess we have to talk to you first. Phoenix down. Okay, so I'm guessing we can't do anything, or that we need to level up our stuff and things and stuff. Squib? What the fuck is the squib? Oh, that was right. Okay, I see the arrows. So lightning to water, water to earth, earth to lightning, wind to fire, fire to ice, ice to wind. Treasure acquisition, Protean crystal. Basically, you level up your elemental level and do the quest here, then unlock the next Eureka area. Yeah, well, I think I want to continue focusing on 8.2, but I am very curious about this, and I will be back.
11 Raiders from Danny_TTV.
Hello, Danny.
Have joined.
Danny_TTV rated.
So,
My
Danny,
stream
I
with
found
11
Final Fantasy
viewers.
11, or so I'm being told.
Oh my god, I love it so much.
Bum, bum. Welcome in, Raiders. Hello, how are you doing? Are you familiar with Eureka? Because I was told Eureka is 14's version of 11. I think you got farther than this. You've probably done Eureka, right? Of course you are. And it is? I'm very intrigued by this whole situation and how much like 11 this actually is. Wait, hey, why didn't I get a chain off that? What happened to my chain? Dead. Where'd my chain go? Back, stepped outside for a moment. Welcome back. To
in front of this truck that I'm on.
I'm coming. Ah! I can't jump, and I'm being sniped at. In front of the truck. In front of the truck. In front of the truck. Oh. Yeah, we got a sniper up in the hills. God damn it. I'm dead.
you found a sniper.
Okay.
I don't think you're supposed to find the sniper with your face though. Okay. Well, that answers that question. Oh, 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 oh. Level 9. Was not paying attention. Should not have gone that way. You went beyond the walls, did you? Find any protean crystals? I did, actually. This should suffice for our purposes, so tell me, have you gotten used to fighting the denizens of this island? I should have expected nothing less from the Warrior of Light. I'm trying to discern the reason for the Aethernet's failure. I discovered what can best be described as a disruption in the natural flow of the Livestream in this region. I've yet to ascertain the cause of this disruption, but I believe you may be able to help me do so by conducting field investigations in areas which have yet to determine. But as soon as I do, I will tell you. Right. Let me hand this crystal back to you. Change of plans. You give it over to Geralt. He needs to do what he does best. What's with that side eye? Level 70 antiquated gear and weapons may be enhanced by Geralt should you possess sufficient protean crystals. Lockboxes obtained in Forbidden Land Eureka can be opened by expedition lockpicks in base camps or by Roganati in Kugane, and may yield a variety of items. You may continue the Eureka expedition upon reaching element level 3. Settled in, are ye? Good for you. I'd like nothing more than to board the first boat back to Erzia, but no use pining for liberation of what ain't about to come. This debt of mine will keep me shackled to this place for the foreseeable future. I reckon any road. You got that protean crystal I've been waiting for? Good. Aye, this'll do, though I'll need more than just one, and I'll only be able to work with weapons or gear of the sort as made for practitioners of certain powerful arts. But I'll work like a dog if I have to, for your sake and mine. And then we can both bugger off this bloody rock and go somewhere every living thing ain't trying to kill us. I'm a living thing, I ain't trying to kill you. Eureka gear and weapons, a new challenge awaits. You may now create and augment Eureka gear and arms. To begin with, you will need to provide Geralt with the prerequisite level 70 antiquated items and protean crystals. Antiquated Keldablog. Okay, I don't have any of that, and I definitely don't have those crystals. So this antiquated, or this level 70 gear here. So I have, I need a +1. Wait, hold on. Antiquated Abyss Virginet. I have that right here. Advanced Melding Forbidden. Oh, okay. It's showing me as I do have the right count. I just don't have the protean crystal for it. I'm confused though. I mean, it makes it a little bit better. The +1 version is 48. -56. It's still not better than what I've got. Can we take this gear out? First acquire Khalid Bulg +2 augment. All right, I think we put this down for now. There's a lot of learning that needs to go into this. And there will be a lot of grinding to do. We're only dark level 2. Let us... How doth leave? There doth leave. You can use them outside, but you won't get the elemental bonuses. Alright. We will figure that out later. For now... I've got so many blue quests to tackle that popped up when we finished Stormblood. I haven't done the new dungeon. I haven't done any of the hard mode trials. Excellent timing, my friends. Mistress Elize arrived mere moments ago. All went well at my end. Gyoto met with an Imperial officer and wheedled his way to some new information. It seems the troops who recently arrived in Kurogane came directly from Garlemald. The Imperials based here have been kept in the dark. And that's not all. A contingent of the aforementioned troops are preparing for deployment to the Ruby Sea. If I didn't know better, I'd say they'd picked up Gosetsu's trail. Then your information matches ours. We are quite certain Gosetsu seeks to cross to the mainland. Fucking shellbacks. I'm sorry, did I hear that right? You use Scion funds to buy Gosetsu's katana? At the asking price? Aye, well, we were in some haste and it seemed a worthwhile gesture. Speaking of which, here is the contract for sale. Pray see that the man is paid. Paul's beard, you agreed to this? Give me strength. Well, it's not like the search can wait. You'd best be on your way. But Alphino, we need to talk. I want you to come straight to the offices as soon as you get back. Promise me. Oh, very well. I shall call on you as soon as I return. First, let us go to the Ruby Price. If Gosetsu has already set sail, the sentries there are sure to have seen him. I can fucking teleport across the ocean at will. Just let me go. Petru seemed rather vexed, did she not? Ever the melodramatist. I am sure our finances can stretch to a single sword. Remind me to explain the value of such gestures when we next see her. Ah, but I digress. We have work to do. Alphino, you sweet summer child. Does he ever grow up? Does he ever get, like, even remotely reasonably intelligent?
Yosh. まずは台場を守る先森たちから情報を集めるとしよう。
It's what we call a high int low wisdom build. Have a good lurk, Reaper. Explosion.
体何が？
旅人か。こんな時に居合わせるとは運がないな。帝国軍の飛空艇がやってきて海賊衆の根城を襲い始めたのだ。今のところこちらに仕掛けてくる様子はないが、巻き込まれたくなければクガネに引き返すことだな。
You don't know who you're talking to.
いかに海賊衆が帝国と対立したと言っても、ドマを手放した現状で攻撃を行わねばならない理由はない。わざわざ奇襲をかけるからには。
あの島に帝国軍が追う夜露がいると。
どうあれ海賊衆は一緒に戦った仲間よ。黙って見てる手はないわ。火星に向かいましょう。
はいはい。
生還できないという点には同意するが、アリ勢はソロバンと共に船で待機するんだ。
ああ、もう分かったわよ。文句は後で言わせてもらうから。
ソロバン、君は脱出のためいつでも船を出せるようにしておいてくれ。合点承知。
ちょっとアルフィノ、まさか泳いでいくつもり？
この距離なら泳いだ方が早い。特訓の成果、今こそ見せてやる。
He's gonna jump in and sink.
続くぞ。
You good, bro? I should be on Reaper for this. Dumb bitch. Oh, I'm so scared.
四つ様、お迎えに上がりました。さあ、お早く。下がっておれ、つゆ。
Yeah, that's her fault.
おじいち
ゃん。おじいちゃん。Shut the hell up.
これは一体。
豪雪、無事か。
時間をかけすぎたか。優先目標を救出より敵勢力の外に切り替える。総員かかれ。
All forces die. I'm losing input. The hell? You just brought out another one? I do think it's pretty well done how these teach you those mechanics. GG. I know I've said it before, but we need more of those types of quests all throughout the story. At least one a level.
よくぞ無事でいてくれた、豪雪。
夕霧、それに英雄殿とアルフィノ殿まで助立ち深く感謝いたす。
ああ、まったくだ。来てくれて助かったぜ。おかげで、それにしても豪雪の旦那がそいつを連れて現れた時にはとんだ疫病神を拾ってきたもんだと思ったが、
つゆよ、恐れずともよい。
Yeah, but we're not your friends.
皆拙者の仲間でござる。
そうなの。おじいちゃんの仲間。
あんた仲間じゃないよ。
もろ手を挙げて再会を喜びたいところですが、その様子、何やら訳ありのようですね。
フラッシュバック。
知っての通り、拙者たちは土間城の崩落に巻き込まれた。しかし、何の因果か床が抜け落ちたようでな。二人揃って濁流に飲まれ、無二港へ流されたのでござる。そして、幸いなことに土間城の残骸が拙者たちを水底から救い上げた。だが気づいた時には下流も下流、河口まで流されておってな。
彼女もその残骸に。
And you didn't drown her?
夜露の着物が帝国製の強靭な織物でなければ、飛燕様の人たちで死んでおったでござろう。ただ、長い昏睡から目覚めた夜露は、すべてを忘れ、わらべのようになり果てておってな。
バカな。命欲しさの詐称やもしれぬぞ。
Agreed.
無論、拙者とて疑いはした。切るべきかと悩みもな。ともあれ、事実共に生き残ったのだ。どちらの悪運かは知らぬが、連れ帰って主君の沙汰を仰ぐべきと思い直したのでござる。
飛燕様の。
そいつを捕らえたのは豪雪の旦那だ。土間の殿様に判断を仰ぐというなら任せるさ。
公に呼べる名がなくば道中不便であろう。それだけの話でござる。
へいへい。だがこっちも代理総督様には散々苦しめられてきたんだ。情にほだされて判断を見誤ってくれるなよ。
Agreed.
承知つかまつった。
それじゃ俺は後始末をしてくる。個別戦はつけにしといてやるからさっさと行きな。帝国軍が舞い戻ってくる前によ。
As Tensui says, we should move on. It would not do for Yotsuyu to be seen here. Now, if I know my sister, she will already be waiting with the boat at the nearby pier. Let's go see if I'm right. Oh, Ray, you still around? There is a blue quest over here. Knocking on Heaven's Door. That requires... What was it? Palace of the Dead, level 450 or higher? I don't know where that is or what that is. You know a quest that points towards that? That'd be cool. Oh shit, I didn't get played here. Aether currents in the Ruby Sea. That unlocks Stormblood's deep dungeon. The Palace of the Dead is unlocked in Gridania. Okay, so that is a Stormblood thing. I avoid the other city-states unless I need to be there. There's a lookout. I wish I knew... I wish it showed me which Aether Currents I had and didn't have. Okay, I think it was here. So it's not this one. You can ignore it for now. It's mostly for solo challenge. Deep Dungeon is its own content. Palace of the Dead was the first, and you need to complete 1 to 50 of that to access the other Deep Dungeons. Palace of the Dead. I think I had that, but I could never get a group for it. Or I could never get into it. I always thought it was raid content. Where the hell does that come from? Is them. Yeah, this seems like it's probably the one I'm missing. I wish it showed pictures of where the thing is. There's no diving in this one. Where's this 8th raid at? Omega is Stormblood's 8-man raid. I kind of put off looking at Omega because the introduction to Omega sounded like it was a follow-up to something that happened in the story content. I don't know if that's true or not. But it was talking about Omega, like, eating Shinryu, and I don't remember that happening. So I assumed I just accepted that quest out of order. I guess we can go... Before we spend a bunch of time looking for this one, we can go look at the other 2 areas and see if our missing Aether Current is there. Pretty sure we got this one. It would have been hard to miss this Aether Current. Oh, there was an 8th right here. Why didn't I just teleport? I'm smart. Nope, I did miss this one. Alright, there we go. They both went missing. Zendos found Shinryu and Sid just discovered Omega. Nero released Omega back in 355 to stop Shinryu because Ilberd summoned Shinryu? I don't remember any of that. I need to fix these macros so that they actually close this. Alright. Sidetrack for Aether Currents completed. Gosetsu, thank the gods you're safe. It was all I could do to watch the battle from afar. And it was all I could do to restrain her. Can you blame me for worrying? Strong as Master is, anything could happen in the chaos. But enough about me. We need to talk about her. No, we just need to stab her. Just stab her. Greetings? They tell me you've lost your memory, and that's fine, but I want you to know something. I won't be taking my eyes off you. Not for a moment. These people are strange. Are you sure they're your friends? I am. They may behave strangely, but I trust them with my life. You have not to fear. She has a lot to fear. She's got a lot to fear. Alright, if you say so. Right. 'Tis past time we set sail. I, for one, would not keep Lord Hien waiting without due cause. Aye, and the longer we tarry, the more we risk inviting trouble. Lest you forget, the Red Kojin bear no love for Yotsuya either. I shall deliver you to familiar shores near Isari, but out of the villager's sight. Making shit more complicated than it needs to be. Here is where we part ways, my friend. I pray the remainder of your journey passes uneventfully. Master, when you are not otherwise occupied, I would speak with you about my next business venture. Don't care. It promises to be extremely lucrative, and I do not say so lightly. After the prodigious sum spent acquiring a certain sword, it would present a fine opportunity to refill the Scion's coffers and restore the smile to Mistress Tataru's face. No. Oh, come along. Tataru was overreacting. How much could a single katana possibly cost? Far more than you think, plainly. A blade like Gosetsu's is worth a fortune, enough to buy a house and furnish it, which you would know had you bothered to check the price. What? I had no idea. The business venture of Soroban's. You will give it a fair hearing, I trust? He's been good to us, after all. As for me, I think I shall look into drawing upon my personal funds. What the fuck do you want? You would know more about my venture. Excellent. I should be glad to tell you all I know, though perhaps it would be easier to let our anonymous client speak for herself. Hear their missive. For the Ruby Sea and all who call her home, we seek the aid of a warrior who laid low the Lord of the Revel, but first we bid him make haste to Hell's Lid and quell the Oni that dwell in its deepest depths. Should he succeed in this test, we shall speak of the true endeavor and consummate reward. A strange proposal, aye, though it must be noted that they knew both of your deeds and our part in them. The Red have no love of trickery, so I doubt it a trap of theirs, and should this client have honest intentions, then for the sake of these waters, it may behoove us to engage them further. As for their test, enclosed with the missive was a magic dagger, along with instructions as how it may be used to open a hidden passage into the depths of Hell's Lid. I should mention that this dagger is old and exceedingly valuable, that our client was willing to entrust it to us without a guarantee of our cooperation, bespeaks considerable wealth, and more importantly, considerable reward. If you're willing to undertake their trial, I shall journey to Hell's Lid and prepare to open the path. But given the financial incentive, I think it for the best if I went and fetched Miss Tataru. Wait for us there, then? We must meet with Lord Hien as soon as possible, though mayhap not at the Enclave. I will send word requesting he receive us at the House of the Fierce, where there are fewer prying eyes. If all are in agreement, I shall scout ahead and see that the way is clear. Pray, Follow as swiftly as you're able and join me on the outskirts of Namai. Let's see. Oh, we're still only on quest number 4. I thought we were further along. Shit. I really do keep getting sidetracked. This is going to be another dungeon, isn't it? Should I get the dungeon? It put me way the fuck up here. I'll be right back while we travel. And we're running into a wall. This is a mix of like a Fritz Cauldron meets Halvam? Was it Halvam? No, Mount Xylem. If Fritz Cauldron meets Mount Xylem. Hope you haven't been waiting long. How are you here in a kimono? My apologies for the delay. I thought it best to explain everything to Miss Tataru on the way. Honestly, all he had to say was that he'd found a way to make up for Alphino's obscene expenditures. No matter how reckless or dangerous the scheme, if it balances the ledger, I'm all for it. Yeah, you're not the one who has to go do it. So, there's a bunch of monsters living beneath us. What kind of place is this? Well, according to ancient legend, Hell's Lid is where the hero Tenzen... The troll area, yeah. Mount Xylem. Well, according... So, I once made an edit to the Final Fantasy XI wiki on Tenzin's path. I think it was on a discussion thread. I just asked a question in the discussion thread, or it was a minor edit. But I made an edit to the Tenzin's path. A decade and a half later, I still get updates about that edit, and somebody made a change to that page and it notifies me. So seeing Tenzen here is like a double bit of nostalgia, because it reminded me of Tenzen from COP, but also FFXIV. Oni were foul evil beings that tormented the people of the Ruby Sea, and this island was home to many until Tenzen, together with the four lords, drove the Oni into the sea. For his heroic deeds, Tenzen was showered with riches, then he journeyed deep into the mountains, far from the realm of men, and lived in solitude with his companions happily ever after. And now, Master is being asked to drive the Oni away again. You misunderstand. What I told you was a fairy tale, to the best of my knowledge. No one has ever seen an Oni. If anything, many assume the tale refers to ancestors of the Kojin. So what you're saying is that you've got no idea what's waiting for us down below. In that case, I'll leave this to the experts. If you need me, I'll be hiding behind that rock over there. Why is she here in the first place? She's admin. She didn't need to be here. The storyline is the Trial series. It features the Sky NMs. Really? The Sky NMs? Interesting. By experts, I presume she means you and your adventuring companions. I do hope you were not counting on me to join you in the fight. No. If we go into a dungeon together, I'm the only one coming out, because fuck you, you shellback motherfucker. Can I just push him in? No one would know. No one would know. Hell's Lid now accessible. Alright, unlocked. At some point, we will eventually get to these and knock them out. But that time is not this time. It is 4 in the morning. And I do have... Oh fuck, I didn't Aether this... I didn't... Yeah. I just closed the Aether Currents page. We are in Yansha. Aether Currents, Yansha. We're missing 2. Okay. So 1, I think I've already got this one right here, but we'll go check it. We're missing 2 on foot. At least we're not missing any quest ones. Though the quest ones might be easier to find, honestly. Okay. No, I did not get this one. So we only need 1 more. I'm gonna guess it is the dot at the very, very tippity bottom of the map. But we have to pass by another one on the way, so let's break our shins. I doubt it's going to be right here. We're not that lucky. I'd say we already got it. It's probably this one. Yeah, we would have walked by that dozens of times. We'd probably pick that up. Way the hell down here? We never went way the hell down here, really. So this is probably the one we're missing. Yep. And we can fly. Now that I've closed that, we're probably going to need it again in like 30 seconds. Ba-na-na-na-na-na. Whee. All is well? Good. The others are hiding nearby. Let us proceed. Quietly, if you please. Excuse me.
若、いささか遅くなりもしたが、豪雪、ただいま帰参つかまつりました。
涙とは行き止まりが見えてこそこぼれるもの。道半ばであるうちは互いに笑っていよう。
Why are you trying to be so goddamn pretentious?
決戦前夜にそう語ったのは他でもないわしだったな。そして崩れゆく土間城にてそなたは笑った。それが答えで希望であると愚かにも信じておったぞ。豪雪、よくそ生きていてくれた。
アジムステップでの再会とは立場が逆になり申したな。
言ってくれるわ。だが故にこそこの胸の内も分かろう。まったくよく戻ったとしか言葉が出んわ。しかしな、豪雪、何やら尋常ならざる事態になっているようではないか。
Complications is a nice way to put it.
さあ、立て。そしてこれまでのことを聞かせてくれ。帝国軍名、堂々と紅玉会に部隊を送り込むとはやってくれるわ。
は、代理総督とは多くの機密を知り得る立場。多少の無茶をしてでも
取り戻すなり
So we just send her head back.
ということか。
あなた、おじいちゃんのお友達？
Oh, fuck off.
嘘か誠か、世つゆは記憶を失っております。いかにすべきか、若の沙汰を仰ごうと連れ帰った次第。
Do you like what they did with Fordola? Not really. It was a good moment when she showed up to fight Sashimi, Lock Sashimi, whatever the fuck that icon's name is. That was a good moment. That was a good character beat. I don't understand why they're keeping her alive. There's no reason to. Like, story-wise, narrative-wise, meta-wise, I'm sure that there's reasons why we need someone else with artificial echo. But from a logical standpoint, she butchered numerous people. Ralban asked us what we should do with somebody else who committed war crimes, and I was like, we should execute them. And he was like, yeah, I'll keep that in mind. I'll just say I'll carry that forward in the meetings. I don't see how she's any different. Like, the lack of consistency there. I don't understand why they're treating her as special. I understand narratively she's probably a MacGuffin for something else down the road, and we're gonna need her later. We already did need. We didn't really need her. It feels like they are reluctant to kill off female characters. It's just my take. I don't know. I think they need to let some people die. Hell, they even tried to save Xenos. She tried to stop Xenos from offing himself. That was stupid as shit. Dude wants to cut his own head off? Let him cut his own head off. They were monsters. You're at war. People die in war. I don't know. We'll see where that goes, but at the moment, I don't think being subject to the Echo changes what she did. I kind of hate the trope of enemies to friends when the enemy is so egregiously evil that she would follow an order to kill her own people. There is a point of no return. There is a point of no redemption. Fordola and Yatsuya, whatever her name is, both of them crossed that point of no return in my eyes, for there is no redemption for you.
どうあれ、ドマの民にとっては圧政の顔のようなもの。何の咎めもなく自由にさせるわけにもいくまいよ。確かここの組頭はジフヤであったな。奴に引き渡し、しばし人目から隠すようにと伝えよ。
承知。ついてこい。
やだ、あなた嫌い。だって怖いもの。
I hate you because you're scary.
つゆよ、拙者も共に参るゆえ、おとなしく夕霧の言うことを聞くでござる。
Such bullshit. I don't believe it.
かつて小野が指で引き金を引き、打ってみせた男に寄り添い慕ってみせるか。芝居ならば大したものだが、さてな。
Thank you for delivering Gosetsu back to us in one piece. We are lucky indeed to have friends who would journey to the other side of the world to help us. And repeatedly at that. Yeah, y'all did the same once, at least. We have much and more to think upon, but as regards to the Empire, we can but watch and wait. Now then, seeing as you've come all this way, you must allow me to show you around the Enclave. I would not have you thinking we've been idle in your absence. The rebuilding effort proceeds apace. I am pleased to say we are now ready to welcome home our countrymen who were displaced by the war, should they so desire it. There is a place here for those who fled to Eorzea. We should be delighted to accept your invitation, Lord Hien, and I have no doubt that your subjects at Revenant's Toll will be heartened to hear that their lord has not forgotten them. Oh, it's nothing. I just thought that Gosetsu and Yugiri would be back by now. Speak of the devils. Forgive me, my lord, but Captain Jifuya is nowhere to be found. Oh? He was here when I arrived. Spy. For now, we have taken Yotsuya to a private chamber and assigned another to watch over her, my lord. But I find it passing strange that the captain should leave his post with nary a word. That does seem most unusual. If you mean to look for the man, we would be happy to assist you. We should be glad of the help. While I search without, mayhap you could ask our soldiers here if they know anything. I will join you. With respect, my lord, you should remain here. Should the Empire move against us, you will be better able to coordinate our response. Ha! And there I was thinking I was in charge. But you have the right of it. Go on then. I will mind the house. Burb. I will be here when you get back. Anime? I wondered if I should tell someone. As it happens, he did not look well, you see. I asked if aught was the matter, and he told me the past had caught up with him, but I doubt it was that. There are older men in our ranks. He saw her and wants to kill her? Kaidate. Captain Jifuya, he was headed for the northern entrance when I saw him last. I was going to invite him to train with us, but he did not hear me call out to him. If you need him, I dare say the sentry on duty will be able to tell you more. Indeed, I suggest as much to Mistress Alize when she came asking earlier. Is something amiss? The captain went outside some few bells ago and looking quite unwell, I am sorry to say. This I mentioned to Lord Gosetsu, who straightway struck out after him. I hope they will be all right. Gosetsu too. It seems everyone is bent on joining the search. That's all well and good, but someone has to stay behind. There's no telling what the Empire is plotting. You go on, Master. Alphino and I shall hold the fort. Too late.
ここにいたか。
夕霧殿に豪雪殿。
一体全体どうしたのでござる。まずは訳を聞かせてはもらえぬか。
俺は主だったんだ。義郎のな。
ジフやお主。
そうさ。四つよは 俺の店で働いていたのさ。ある日、常連だった苗売りの旦那から相談されてな。娘をうちの店に売りたいと言うんだ。出戻りだが、まだ若く美しいってな。会ってみて驚いたよ。確かに美しかったが、何より全てを諦めたような、生気のない人形のような顔が印象的だった。とても客商売に向いているようには思えなかったが、どういうわけかその冷たい瞳に引きつけられる客も多かった。あとはあんた方も知っての通り、帝国の艦長になってあっという間にのし上がっていった。気づけばドマの代理総督様と来たもんだ。
ではお主が反乱軍に身を寄せたのも？
世つゆの悪逆非道な行いがドマのために対する意種返しってんなら、俺もその原因だ。あんな恨みの権化を生む片棒を担いちまったんだからな。せめてもの罪滅ぼし。いや、取り繕えはしないな。今もこうして逃げ出してきたように。俺は怖かったんだ。世つゆに復讐されるのが。
事情は分かった。飛燕様には拙者から良きように伝えておくでござる。追ってお主には別の役回りが与えられよう。夕霧もそれでよいな。
この調子ではとても重要な捕虜の管理は任せられまい。お主の判断に任せよう、豪雪。
ありがてえ。恩に着るよ。
果たして守りたいのはどちらなのか。独り言だ。許されよ。
Forgive me, now is not the time for brooding. Come, let us rejoin the others. I thank you for your help in the search. Gosetsu has told me all that transpired. I would not presume to defend the life Jifuya led before he joined the front, nor will I condemn it. Frankly, it's not my place to judge. I will only say this. The Jifuya I know has ever been a man of courage. That he should feel driven to flee bespeaks the depths of his terror. Even now, Yotsuyu cast a shadow over the realm. But the question of what is to be done with her must wait. The Empire is on the move once more. While you were out searching for Jifuya, we received word from our shinobi allies. An Imperial airship has been sighted over Doman soil. Our visitors' objectives remain unclear. It may be another attempt to recover Yotsuyu or a prelude to an invasion. Either way, the craft reportedly advances at speed and appears bound for Castrum Fulminus. I mean to go there and ascertain their intent. If we ride out in force, it will only end one away, so we shall keep our numbers to a minimum. Yugiri, Master, can I count on you? Jose and I would fain play our part as well. We will not stand idly by while a common foe threatens the lands of friends and allies. We would be glad of the help. We are acquainted with Hakuro, I believe. Then I bid you seek him out and assist him in maintaining order in the Enclave. When the people see an Imperial airship, they are liable to panic. I would have you reassure them, and should it come to it, aid in their evacuation. Very well, we shall depart at once. Do take care. What of me, my lord? The Empire may well be after Yotsuya. You are to remain here and guard her until my return. As you wish. Pray stay close to Master and Yugiri. Very well. Guard duty and not a breath of protest. Now I have seen it all. To Castrum Fulminus. Then, let us find out what the Empire's game is. So I should have teleported first and then did the thing with the stuff and the stuff and the things. This area over here, and we will have mapped the lands. The area is secure. Whatever our visitors' purpose, they plainly believe that they can achieve it alone. The craft should come into view at any moment. Let us await them inside the castrum. That necklace on the Reaper outfit is crazy.
ドマ古式ののろし信号と見て間違いないかと。自らを停戦の使者と示すものです。ですが本気でしょうか。
さて、わからんな。ともあれ、こちらの流儀で話そうという相手を問答無用で叩き落とすわけにもいくまい。ドマは礼節を知らん国ではないからな。
ならば私が応じて様子を伺いましょう。
それには及ばん。あちらの望み通り正々堂々相対すとしよう。それにわしは興味がある。わざわざ古風にものろしを上げてみせた相手にな。
は、出過ぎたことを申しました。では受け入れる旨ののろしを上げましょう。
The fuck are you?
これはドマの若君を自らお出迎えいただけるとは。
停戦の使者となれば相応の礼節をもって応じるのが筋というもの。そうだろう、帝国の。
失礼いたしました。私の名はアサヒサス・ブルテス。帝都より大使として派遣されてまいりました。
朝日、苗売家の嫡男、世露の弟です。
おや、私のことをご存知とは。さすがは音に聞こえし、霧隠れの忍びさん。諜報員としても一流でいらっしゃる。確かに前代理総督の世露は私の姉です。ですが私は苛烈な圧政を敷いてきた彼女とは違う。戦うためではなく戦いを止めるために来たのです。私は帝国の属州政策を内側から変えるため、ここにいるマキシマラ民衆派の同志たちと活動を続けてきました。そしてその活動を認めてくださったバリス帝により全権大使の任を与えられ派遣されてきたのです。ドマと和平交渉をするために。
Get the fuck out of my land and don't come back.
立ち話でする内容でもあるまい。
And we have peace.
貴殿らを客人として我が館に招こう。ドマ町人地までご同行願いたい。
もちろん喜んで。
I call bullshit. We shall escort our guests across the river to the Enclave. Yugiri, pray go ahead to the Yakuza Manor docks and see that the ferries are ready. Lord Hina and I will accompany the Imperial delegation on the first ferry. When you're ready, speak with the boatman and join us on the other side. Yet another blue quest. Oh, it's a rare honor indeed to receive heroes such as you. Pray, allow me to introduce myself. My name is Kozakura, and I manage the account. Shit. Oh, but you must be unfamiliar with our organization. Forgive me. Forgive me. At present, we are largely concerned with facilitating the reconstruction and revitalization of the Enclave. Needless to say, we have our work cut out for us. It's quite fortuitous, actually, you being here. I had mine to petition your assistance. Ah, right you are. It's rather difficult to converse while staring at one's feet, and you would doubtless benefit from an explanation. As you may know, the Enclave was once the economic and cultural center of Doma. Alas, it suffered terrible devastation at the hands of the Empire, both during and following the failed rebellion of yesteryear. That it and other ruins might stand as a testament to the folly of resistance, extensive reconstruction was forbidden by the Imperial Viceroy. Of course, that is no longer a concern. At long last, we are free to rebuild the Enclave, to restore the heart of our once a great nation, and show the world that Doma lives on. But, as I said before, we have our work cut out for us. We have limited funds and material resources, not to mention a lack of skilled craftsmen. Which brings me back to the matter I wish to discuss with you, that of our brothers and sisters in Eorzea, the refugees that settled in Revenant's Toll. I am given to understand they have worked closely with the local leadership to build and maintain much of the settlement. Many new trades before they left, and those that did not doubtless learned that they might earn their keep. If they were to return home and aid us in the reconstruction effort, it would be a tremendous boon. Would you be willing to speak with them on our behalf? Ah, taken an interest in the Shazenkai? Well, this seems as good a time as any to discuss the matter. I am grateful beyond measure to you and the Signs of the Seventh Dawn for welcoming Giri and my people in their hour of need. As the beneficiaries of this kindness, they have made every effort to repay you and the people of Revenant's Toll. Nevertheless, we here bear a responsibility as well. Kozakura, if you would be so kind. Yes, my lord. We will send them a considerable gift as a gesture of gratitude and goodwill. However, I would like that missive to be delivered to the Adventurers Guild representative in advance. If you were to personally hand it over to the man, I would be honored. Excellent. I knew I could count on you, my friend. Pardon my interruption, Kozakura. I look forward to seeing your progress. Oh dear. I hope we don't disappoint him. Anyway, I'll not keep you. Thank you again for your assistance and safe travels. So we're gonna see this thing like actually built up at some point in a proper city? There you are, Master. So, first things first. What do you think of the Enclave? I must say, I'm quite proud of what my countrymen have accomplished in the time. We even have an 8th right now, courtesy of Oni Shishu. Be sure and attune to it, would you? Once it has the Warrior of Light's seal of approval, people might actually start using the thing. But on to the matter at hand. The ambassador and his retinue are at my hall, taking their ease ahead of the negotiations. I want you there when the talking starts. It will serve to send a message to the Empire that Eorzea and Doma stand united. I am not normally one for hollow posturing, but in this game of nations, such gestures carry weight. Oh, and should you feel uneasy about speaking for the Scions, Alphino and Alice will also be there. You need only eat, drink, and look imposing. Say you'll come. I knew I could count on you. When you're ready, come join me at my humble abode, the Kien Khan. The guardsmen will see you in. Lord Hien is expecting you. May I show you in? Of course. Of course.
こたびはお招きに預かり強越至極。ドマの若君ヒエン様におかれましては。
よい。堅苦しい挨拶は抜きとしよう。貴殿は全権大使として和平交渉に来たそうだな。わしの思い違いでなければ、和平交渉とは戦をしておる国同士が平和を取り戻すために行うもの。貴国の皇帝はドマを独立国と認めておらぬと理解していたが。
仰せの通りです。ですがバリス帝にはドマの独立を認め友好として扱う用意があります。ガレマール帝国はこれまで国府たるソル帝の意志のもと領土を拡大し続けてきましたが、その是非をここで論じても仕方がないでしょう。ただしソル帝が掲げた蛮神討滅という国是についてはいかがでしょうか。星の命を蝕む蛮神は決して許容できない。その共通項を持って手を取り合うことはできないか。現在帝位にあるバリス帝はそうお考えなのです。蛮神召喚には決して手を染めず、また後人族が下ろした蛮神を抑え込むと確約いただければ、ドマを友好として遇するというのがこちらの提案です。
ドマのために神下ろしの意思はない。後人族が召喚したという蛮神スサノオに関しても、民の脅威とあらば言われずとも対処はしてみせよう。が後人族とて己が領域を侵される心配がなければ蛮神を呼びはせなんだろう。現に紅玉会が荒れるまで彼らは神下ろしを行ってこなかった。今なお紅玉会に兵を送り込み騒乱を引き起こすどこかの国が考えを改めぬ限り、完全な封じ込めなどできようはずもない。
痛いところを突かれますね。蛮神を否定する帝国の行いが 万神召喚を引き起こしている。この皮肉な矛盾についてはそちらにおられるエオルゼアの方々もよくご存知のはず。
What game is this guy playing?
万神召喚とは多くの場合、外圧を受けた弱小勢力が神に救いを求めることに起因します。アラミゴにおける万神召喚も
Because not in a million years do I believe this guy.
悲しいことです。万神召喚を止めたいのであれば、武力と差別ではなく融和と平等をもたらすべきなのに。私たち民衆派はこうした理念に基づき、バリス邸に属州政策の転換を進言し続けてきました。そしてこの言葉を皇帝陛下が聞き入れてくださったのです。しかし生粋のガレアン族を主体とする先民主義者たち、罰族派が力を持っていることもまた事実です。今回ドマ代理総督の捜索を名目に紅玉会に部隊を派遣したのも彼ら罰族派でして、二度とこのようなことがないよう私も尽力するつもりです。
ぜひともそうしてもらいたいものだな。だが帝国内が対立する2派で分裂しているのであれば、和平交渉とやらの効力も疑わざるを得ん。
こちらとしても簡単には信じていただけないと理解しています。そこで信頼関係の構築のためにも提案したいのが捕虜交換です。
Nope.
こちら側からは帝国統治下で徴兵したドマ出身の徴用兵を、ドマ側からは先の戦いで捕らえた帝国軍将兵をそれぞれ引き渡して交換するのです。もちろんこの捕虜交換については代理総督であった姉も対象に含まれることになりますが。
Nope.
よつゆか、なぜわしらが彼女の身柄を確保していると？
この件で馬鹿し合いをするつもりはありませんよ。交渉は素早く進めましょう。武力に頼ろうとする罰族派を黙らせるためにも、対話による姉の返還を実現したいというのが私の本音です。もちろん弟として姉を思う気持ちもありますが。
率直に物を言う男だ。ならばこちらも本音を言うが、一向に値する提案だとわしも思うが、考える時間はもらいたいものだな。
もちろんです。お答えが出るまでドマにとどまっても。
認めよう。交渉の期間中、貴殿らはドマの客人だ。
You shall be our honored prisoners.
湯切り、案内役として同行せよ。何人たりとも大使殿らに害をなさぬようにな。
お心遣い感謝いたします、飛燕様。では良き答えがいただけるのをお待ちしていますよ。
Dude's up to some shit. She said, or in the Echo flashback, like her family all fucking treated her like shit. So this guy's got to be a sadist with a pretty face. That's all this guy is. I don't trust him at all. Well, that was unexpected. You could say that again. I still don't know quite what to make of it all, but on the surface, a prisoner exchange does seem a good way to begin. The question is, can they be trusted? Abso-fucking-lutely not. Not to gain by divulging the details of their internal divisions. As it stands, we have no reason to doubt them, assuming that any of that was true. But the ambassador's mention of Yotsuyu left me ill at ease. It made his grand talk of peace seem uncannily like a lengthy preamble. You think this might be a ruse to facilitate her retrieval? Perhaps, though I cannot fathom why they would go to such lengths. Yotsuyu may have been acting viceroy, but she is not Garlean, nor even highborn. Her value must presumably lie in what she knows. Which brings us up to the little matter of her memory loss. In her present condition, she would not yield any worthwhile intelligence, nor is she worth much as a bargaining piece. Alphino, you are well acquainted with the Empire's methods. I would have your thoughts on this matter. My knowledge is at your disposal, Lord Hien. While the ambassador's proposal is appealing in principle, it would be remiss of us not to give it due scrutiny. Indeed, though it seems to me I have little choice but to accept regardless. With so many of our brothers and sisters languishing in Imperial camps, I cannot well turn my back on a chance to secure their repatriation? Repatriation. Only the kami know when I will be afforded another. But ere we continue, shall we excuse these two? I fear what follows will bore them to tears. I was just about to show myself out as it happens. Come on, Master. Let's leave Alphino to dispense his copious knowledge. Someone is still sore from being made to watch at Sakazuki. Go on and keep Alize company. We're safe enough for now. Chance to relax at last. I know when I'm out of my depth, Master. Though no weapons are drawn, a negotiation is no less a battle, and the stakes can be every bit as high. One misplaced word and people could die. It takes someone with a cool head, and I'll be the first to admit that's not me. So we're left with the eternal question: what to do while they prattle on? I think it might be about that time. All right, I'll wait for a better suggestion. What say you to a brief tour of the newly liberated Doma? I'd be interested to hear how the people are faring in their own words. And it's not as if we'll be missed here. Or will we? Master, a moment if you would. I'll fucking kill this kid. Ah, Yugiri and Asahi, was it? Do you have some business with Master? Business, no. Pleasure, my lady. I merely wish to exchange a few words with the famed Slayer of Gods and Champion of Eorzea. It is truly an honor. Such heartfelt admiration, one could almost forget that you're an envoy of the Empire. Oh, is that so strange? We may have stood on opposing sides in the past, but I see no contradiction in lauding the man who would do battle with our common enemy. And lest you forget, this is my homeland. It would be remiss of me not to at least thank him for containing the threat posed by the Kojin's vile icon. Now, if I may continue, as we speak, Lord Hien deliberates over my proposal, and I would take this time to see the land I once called home. Though Lady Yugiri is certain to be a jovial escort, the excursion would be all the more enjoyable for your company, and safer besides. The ambassador has the right of it. He is not like to come to harm with you at his side. Will you join us? Come now, Master. There is naught else for us to do until Lord Hien has reached his decision. And were we not this moment discussing how best to learn more about the current state of Doma? It's settled then. The four of us shall make a brief excursion through Zanxia. Might we start at the town of Monzen? I would see what has become of Doma Castle. Very well, if you will follow me. I think it is almost 5 in the morning, and I have things to do tomorrow. Dragon Wilds and Grim Dawn. So I think we're probably going to call it for the night here. See if we can find someone to raid. Dawn Trail MSQ continues. Maybe. Drops on OC Grind Tower today. The hell are they fighting? That's a big doggo. That guy's a possibility. Let's see. Does excommunicate us? We raided him the other day. By the other day, I think I mean yesterday. Sir Shadoo. We'll raid Sir Shadoo. I'm gonna go pass the fuck out.
Perhaps some magic in the mix.
I short-casted. I wasn't taking the risk.
And I appreciate you guys. Thanks for hanging out. I will be back tomorrow night, probably. Until then, I will see you guys later. Good night.
But it's time to say goodbye.
Safe. We got this. Oh shit.